Mr. Kurjak, dear international friends. It is my pleasure to greet you on the second day of the Security, Science and Peace Conference organized by the Croatian Pugwash Group, a branch of the Pugwash Conferences on Science and World Affairs in cooperation with the World Academy of Art and Science. The conference is held under the high patronage of the President of the Republic of Croatia, Mr. Zoran Milanovic, and within the platform, the Conference on the Future of Europe. Our first panel today will examine the role of the non-aligned movement in the contemporary global scene and what can it do for ensuring global security and balance of power in the multipolar world. The non-aligned movement gathered recently in Belgrade, marking the 60th anniversary of the first conference held in 1961, also in Belgrade in former Yugoslavia. Delegations from more than 100 countries attended the summit, and the main messages were the contribution of the non-aligned movement to world peace, justice, and solidarity. In this panel, we will find out where the movement stands today and what is and should be its vision for the future. Our speakers in the panel are as follows. Former President of the Republic of Croatia, Mr. Stjepan Mesic, the Ambassador of the Republic of Azerbaijan to the Republic of Croatia, His Excellency Mr. Fakhradin Gurbanov, former Minister of Foreign Affairs and former Chair of the Ministerial Board of the Non-Aligned Movement, Mr. Budimir Lončar, and academician Asim Kurjak, President of the International Academy of Perinatal Medicine and Director of the Jan Donald Inter-University School of Medical Ultrasound. We are very honored to welcome our first speaker, Mr. Stjepan Mesic, former President of the Republic of Croatia in 2 mandates, former Croatian Prime Minister and Speaker of the Croatian Parliament, and Fellow of the World Academy of Art and Science. President Mesic will share his thoughts about the current role of the non-aligned movement and the vision for the future. Gospodine Mesic, izvolite.
Ekscelencije, gospođe i gospodo, poštovani sudionici ovog skupa, sa zadovoljstvom sam prihvatio poziv da iznesem neka svoja razmišljanja na temu uloga pokreta nesvrstani danas. Kažem sa zadovoljstvom jer zaista mislim da o toj temi treba progovarati i to danas, i to ozbiljno. Dakle, ne frazerski, ne nostalgičarski, nego baš ozbiljno i analitično. Moja je polazišna točka, a ujedno i razlog zašto inzistiram na ozbiljnom pristupu, spoznaja da pokret nesvrstanih 60. godina nakon svojeg pojavljivanja na međunarodnoj sceni gubi dah, da upotrebi najblaži mogući izraz. Točnije bi vjerojatno bilo reći kako je od pokreta ostalo samo još većina u Skupštini Ujedinjenih naroda, što nije beznačajno, ali je daleko od toga da bi pokret mogao i morao biti. Da ne kažem koliko je daleko od onoga što je pokret nekada bio. Neću vas zamarati ponavljanje općeg mjesta onoga što je svakome dobro poznato. Kako pokret danas djeluje u promijenjenim uvjetima, kako prilike u svijetu nisu onakve kakve su bile prije 6 desetljeća, kako je globalni okvir za pokret danas nepovoljniji no što je bio kada je se pojavio. Sve je to tako i sve mi to dobro znamo. No, jesu li to, mogu li to biti opravdanja za praktični nestanak pokreta sa međunarodne scene? Možda će nekome zasmetati izraz nestanak s međunarodne scene, ali budimo objektivni i pogledajmo istini u oči. Može li se itko sjetiti ma i jedne spomena vrijedne inicijative pokreta nesvrstanih nakon završetka hladnog rata, preciznije nakon nestanka Berlinskog zida? Ne pamtim ja ni jednu. Ako se radikalna promjena prilika u svijetu može uzeti kao olakotna okolnost, kada nastojimo analizirati zašto su nesvrstani u tišini praktično nestali, onda ta olakotna okolnost može vrijediti samo ograničeno vrijeme. Hoću reći sljedeće: promijenjena situacija na svjetskoj sceni morala je rezultirati time da nesvrstani preispitaju svoje mjesto i ulogu u promijenjenom svijetu. Do toga, međutim, nije došlo. Odgovor na pitanje zašto? Više slojanje. Prvo, promjene su bile nagle, za mnoge i neočekivane. Drugo, nestanak blokovske podjele kao da je poništio glavni razlog postojanja pokreta nesvrstanih. I treće, ono najvažnije, tako se barem meni čini, u velikoj skupini nesvrstanih, nedostajali su lideri s vizijom, nedostajali su političari kalibra Nehru, Nasser, Tito, ne zaboravljam ni Sukarna, ni Nikomaha, nije bilo onih koji bi vidjeli i shvatili kako praktični nestanak socijalizma sa svjetske scene, barem onakvog modela kakvog smo do tada poznavali, kako ono što je Zapad shvatio kao svoju pobjedu nad istokom, dakle pobjedu kapitalizma nad socijalizmom, nije dokinulo potrebu postojanja nesvrstanih. Dapače, sve ono čemu smo svjedočili u protekla 3 desetljeća samo je potvrdilo da su nesvrstani i dalje potrebni. Jer što se dogodilo? Zapad je slom socijalizma shvatio kao svoju povijesnu pobjedu i počeo se ponašati na način pobjednika, što je uz ostalo rezultiralo pretvaranjem bipolarnog svijeta u unipolarni. Sjedinjene države prigrabile su i nastojale svim silama, uključujući i vojne intervencije, zadržati položaj neprikosnovene vodeće sile cijelog svijeta. Naravno, na dugi rok to je neodrživo. Počele su se pojavljivati zemlje s velikim potencijalima, zemlje koje su tražile svoje mjesto na svjetskoj sceni i koje nisu pristajale na unipolarnost, nego su već i samim svojim postojanjem promicale multipolarnost. Dakle, uzdrmana je i sama osnova međunarodnih odnosa koji su, a to nikako ne smijemo ispustiti iz vida, bili već temeljito nagriženi u vrijeme unipolarizma. Kada su se nemilice gazila načela na kojima je počivala konstrukcija međunarodnih odnosa nakon Drugog svjetskog rata. Paralelno sa svim time tekao je i proces marginalizacije Ujedinjenih naroda i kvazi legitimiranja unilateralnih akcija, poput proglašavanja sankcija protiv ove ili one zemlje. Sve to pod firmom promicanja demokracije i ljudskih prava, a zapravo samo s jednim jedinim ciljem, zapravo samo ciljem nametanja što većem broju zemalja, osobito ako su one na strateški značajnim pozicijama, određenog modela društveno-političkih i gospodarskih odnosa. Jesu li nesvrstani na to reagirali? Nisu. Pokret nesvrstani zadovoljio se time što je formalno i dalje samo postojao. Održavani su sastanci na vrhu koji su privlačili sve manje pozornosti svjetske javnosti. Naprosto zato što su se nesvrstani zadovoljili počivanjem na lovorikama neporecivih zasluga iz vremena krajnje opasne blokovske podjele i utrke u naoružavanju. Zadovoljili su se, da tako kažem, recikliranjem nekih općih mjesta, ali ostajući slijepi i gluhi na ono što se događalo oko njih. Da, zadovoljili su se i time što tvore većinu u općoj skupštini Ujedinjenih naroda. Hrvatska najbolje zna kako to nije posve nevažno, jer je svejedno upravo zahvaljujući podršci nesvrstanih izabrana kao nestalna članica u Vijeće sigurnosti. Nije nevažno, ali je daleko od toga da bi bilo dovoljno. Dodatni je problem pokreta što on danas okuplja veliki broj vrlo raznorodnih zemalja, a što među nekima od tih zemalja dolazi i do otvorenih sukoba. Raznorodnost sama po sebi ne bi trebala biti opterećenje, ali ako ona podrazumijeva i toleriranje evidentnog nedostatka, makar i natruha demokracije, onda to za pokret nije dobro. Čini ga naprosto nevjerodostojnim, baš kao što ga čini nevjerodostojnim činjenica da se njegovi članovi međusobno sukobljavaju, dok pokret zagovara mir u svijetu. Pa što bi onda pokret morao učiniti danas? Morao bi se ponovo izboriti za svoje mjesto na međunarodnoj sceni, jer ona ga je, ponovit ću to još jednom, u najvećoj mjeri izgubio. Kao prvo, pokret bi morao napraviti neku vrstu samoanalize, utvrditi u kakvom je stanju, u kakvom okruženju postoji i što u takvom okruženju, dakle danas i ovdje hoće i možda je najvažnije što može. Kao drugo, morao bi na prikladan način reafirmirati ona ključna načela na kojima se okupio prvi puta prije 60 godina i koja, nažalost, svakim danom ponovo postaje sve aktualnije. To uključuje i načelo nemiješanja unutrašnje stvari drugih i pravo svake zemlje da se razvija u skladu sa svojim specifičnim potrebama, ali i vraćanja Ujedinjenim narodima onoga mjesta na kako su bili postavili njihovi tvorci i idejni začetnici. I kao treće, morao bi smoći snage i javno se jasno i odlučno očitovati o svim aktualnim problemima u svijetu u kojima živimo. Iz dana u dan, ako je potrebno konsenzus o nekim najaktualnijim pitanjima, moralo bi biti moguće postići. Ne mislim tu samo na rastući jaz između razvijenih i onih u razvoju, nego i na rast siromaštva, pa i u razvijenim zemljama, na globalni terorizam, na sve akutniji problem izbjeglica i na suočavanje s istinom o tome što ih je pokrenulo, kao i na obnavljanje oštrih podjela u svijetu, mada ne više na nekadašnjoj blokovskoj osnovi i na ponovno zahuktavanje utrke u naoružavanju, odnos prema pandemiji i da ne spominjem. Ukratko, pokret nesvrstanih morao bi prerasti ulogu glasačke mašinerije u Ujedinjenim narodima, vratiti se onoj ulozi u kojoj je stvoren, a to je uloga ključnog borca za mir i sigurnost u svijetu i za ravnopravne odnose među svima, kao i za rješavanje svih sporova mirnim putem. I mora bi ponovo izboriti pravo građanstva za načela miroljubive aktivne koegzistencije, poznato još iz Bandunga. Primijetili ste, puno sam puta upotrijebio izraz morao bi. Da pokret nesvrstani morao bi učiniti mnogo toga, ako ne želi ostati samo uspomena iz nekih dalekih dana. Ne mislim da pokret to ne može, upravo suprotno, pokret to može, ali i više od toga. Pokret nesvrstanih to mora, jer prilike u svijetu rapidno se pogoršavaju i traže aktivnu ulogu jednog korektivnog faktora. Traže glas razuma u džungli nerazuma. Pokret nesvrstanih već je jednom takvu ulogu odigrao. Ne vidim zašto ne bi i opet. Po čemu smatram da tome naporu mogu i moraju pridonijeti ili zemlje slijednice Jugoslavenske federacije, koje se danas ponašaju tako kao da bi najradije taj dio svoje prošlosti zaboravile ili pokušavaju pokret iskoristiti za svoje uske potrebe i ciljeve. I sve što sam rekao sam kao jedini predsjednik Republike Hrvatske koji je u svojstvu promatrača aktivno sudjelovao u radu 2 sastanka na vrhu pokreta nesvrstanih. Bio sam na tim sastancima upravo zato što sam shvaćao kolika je potencijalna uloga pokreta nesvrstanih u današnjem svijetu, nego i kolika je potreba za takvom ulogom. Hvala.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, I gladly accepted the invitation to present some of my thoughts on the topic, the role of the non-aligned movement today. I said gladly because I really think that this topic should be discussed both today and seriously. Namely, not with phrases, not with nostalgic, but very seriously and analytically. It is my starting point, and at the same time, the reason why I insist on a serious approach to the thought that the non-aligned movement, 60 years after its appearance on the international scene, is losing its breath, to use the mildest possible expression. It would be more accurate to say that all that remained from the movement is the majority in the United Nations General Assembly, which is not insignificant, but it is far from what the movement could and must be. not to mention how far it is from what the movement once was. I will not bother you with repeating general points, what is well known to everyone, how the movement operates today in changed conditions, how the situation in the world is not what it was 6 decades ago, how the global framework for the movement is more unfavorable today than it was when it first appeared. This is the truth, and we all know it well. But can they be excuses for the practical disappearance of the movement from the international scene? Maybe someone will be bothered by the expression disappearance from the international scene, but let's be objective and look the truth in the eyes. Can anyone remember even one noteworthy initiative of the non-aligned movement after the end of the Cold War, more precisely after the disappearance of the Berlin Wall? I don't remember any. If a radical change of circumstances in the world can be taken as a mitigating circumstance when we seek to analyze why the non-aligned have practically disappeared in silence, then that mitigating circumstance can only be valid for a limited time. I want to say the following: the changed situation in the world has to, and I repeat, has to result in the non-aligned re-examining their place and role in the changed world. That, however, did not happen. The answer to the question why, it is multi-layered. First, the changes were sudden, for many unexpected. Secondly, the disappearance of the bloc divisions seemed to nullify the main reason for the existence of the non-aligned movement. And third, most important, so it seemed to me at least, in the large group of the non-aligned lacked leaders with vision. Politicians like Nehru, Nasser, and Tito were missing. I do not forget also Sukarno and Nkrumah. There were none who would see and understand that the practical disappearance of socialism from the world stage, at least the model we once knew until then, as what the West understood as its victory over the East, that is the victory of capitalism over socialism, did not abolish the need for the existence of the non-aligned. On the contrary, everything we have witnessed in the past 3 decades have only confirmed that the non-aligned are still needed. Because what happened? The West saw the collapse of socialism as its historic victory and began to behave in a victorious way, which, among other things, resulted in the transformation of the bipolar world into a unipolar one. The United States seized and endeavored with all its might, including military intervention, to maintain position of the undisputed leading power of the world today. Of course, in the long run, it is unsustainable. Countries with great potentials began to emerge, countries that saw their place on the world stage and did not accept unipolarity, but their very existence promoted multipolarity. Thus, the very basis of international relations were shaken, which, and we must not lose sight of it, were already roughly eroded at the time of unipolarism, when the principles on which the construction of international relations after the Second World War were relentlessly trampled. In parallel with all this, there was a process of marginalization of the United Nations and quasi-legitimization of unilateral actions, such as the proclamation of sanctions against this or that country. All this under the mark of promoting democracy and human rights, and in fact with only one single goal: to impose on as many countries as possible, especially if they are in strategically important positions, a certain model of socio-political and economic relations. Did the non-aligned react to this? They didn't. The non-aligned movement contented itself with the fact that formally it still existed. Summits were held that attracted less and less attention from the world public. Simply because the non-aligned were content to rest on the laurels of undeniable merit from the time of the extremely dangerous bloc division and armament race, they contented themselves, so to speak, with recycling some common positions, but remaining blind and deaf to what was happening around them. Yes, they were content to form a majority in the United Nations General Assembly. Croatia knows best that this was not entirely unimportant, because at one time, precisely thanks to the support of the non-aligned, it was elected as a non-permanent member of the Security Council. It is not unimportant, but it is far from enough. An additional problem of the movement is that today it brings together a large number of very diverse countries, and that there are open conflicts between some of these countries. Diversity in itself should not be a burden, but if it also implies tolerating even the slightest hint of the lack of democracy, then that is not good for the movement. It makes it simply untrustworthy, just as it is untrustworthy by the fact that its members are in conflict with each other, while the movement advocates peace in the world. So what should the movement do today? It should fight again for its place on the international scene, because, I will repeat once again, it has largely lost it. First of all, the movement should do some kind of self-analysis, determine what condition it is in what environment it exists, and in such an environment, therefore today and here, what it wants, and perhaps more important, what it can do. Secondly, it should reaffirm in an appropriate way those key principles on which it first gathered 60 years ago, and which unfortunately are becoming more and more relevant every day. This includes the principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of other states, and the right of each country to develop in accordance with its specific needs, but also to return to the United Nations, the place to which they were set by their creators and founders. And thirdly, it should find the strength to speak publicly, clearly and decisively about all the current problems of the world we live in, every day if necessary. It should be possible to reach a consensus on the most acute issues. I do not mean here only the growing gap between developed and developing countries, but also the growth of poverty, even in developed countries, global terrorism, and the increasingly acute problem of refugees, and the confrontation with the truth about what triggered them, as well as the reconstruction of sharp divisions in the world, though no longer on the formal block basis, and to the resurgence of the arms race and attitude towards the pandemic, not to mention. In short, the non-aligned movement should outgrow the role of the voting machinery in the United Nations, return to the role in which it was created, and that is the role of a key fighter for peace and security in the world, and for equal relations among all, and for resolving all conflicts peacefully. And it should fight again for the right of citizenship, for the principles of peaceful active coexistence known as Bandung. You've noticed I've used the term should many times. Yes, the non-aligned movement should do a lot of things if it does not want to remain just a memory from some distant times. I don't think the movement can't do that. On the contrary, the movement can do it. But more than that, the non-aligned movement must do it, because the situation in the world is rapidly worsening and seeking for the active role of a corrective factor, looking for the voice of reason in the jungle of irrationality. The non-aligned movement has already played such a role once. I don't see reason why not again. I believe that the successor countries of the Yugoslav Federation can and must contribute to this effort, which today either act as if they would rather forget part of their past or try to use the movement for their narrow needs and goals. And all that I said as the only president of the Republic of Croatia who, as an observer, actively participated in the work of 2 summits of the non-aligned movement. I was in those meetings precisely because I understood the potential role of the non-aligned movement in the world today, but also the need for such a role. Thank you. Thank you very much, President Mesić. Hvala vam lijepa na vašem izlaganju. We are very pleased to have the ambassador of Azerbaijan, His Excellency Mr. Fakhradin Gurbanov, as our next speaker. The Republic of Azerbaijan is a member state of the non-aligned movement and hosted the non-aligned movement summit in 2019. Also, the current chair of the movement is the president of Azerbaijan, Mr. Ilham Aliyev. Ambassador Mr. Gurbanov will share with us the key activities and plans for strengthening the role and impact of the non-aligned movement in addressing global issues for the upcoming period. Mr. Gurbanov, the floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you very much for inviting me to participate. My special thanks to the organizers of the event, and greetings to participants of this very important conference. the Republic of Azerbaijan took over the chairmanship of the non-alignment movement in October 2019, being the second largest international political organization after United Nations. The movement provides a broad and inclusive forum for political consultations and practical cooperation. Throughout its history, the movement has played a fundamental role in strengthening international peace and security. During 60 years of its existence, the member states of non-alignment movement have upheld the shared principles and values and have shown ability to find a common ground for actions that lead to mutual cooperation. The movement persistently called for strict adherence to the norms and principles of international law and has provided major trusts in the areas of disarmament, better economic well-being, social justice, and environmental sustainability. Some of the most important achievements of the 20th century, such as decolonization and the emergence of global social development agenda, are among the movement's impressive contributions to the world so far. Yet, there is still a way to go until the long-standing goals of the movement, such as peace, security, development, economic cooperation, and the democratization of international relations, inspired by the United Nations Charter and the Bandung Declaration, are ultimately realized. The Republic of Azerbaijan became the full-fledged member of non-alignment movement in May 2011 and declared its strict adherence to the founding principles of the movement. It pursues an independent foreign policy, and it is not a party to any military alliance. At the same time, Azerbaijan is a rapidly developing country that puts a special emphasis on sustainable development, democratization, fostering the respect for human rights and social justice. Azerbaijan assumes the chairmanship of the movement in a critical time of all member states of NAM, which necessitates concerned and effective response to the challenges of contemporary world. Chairmanship of Azerbaijan to the movement coincided with the 65th anniversary of Bandung Principles in 2020 and the 60th anniversary of the establishment of non-alignment movement in 2021. Both anniversaries provide an excellent momentum for the NAM member states to take stock of the achievements made so far and reflect upon how shared vision and combined strengths could respond to the multifaceted and emerging challenges that the world continues to face. During 60 years of its existence, our movement has proved itself to be one of the key players in the international relations, as a system that promotes multilateralism and diplomacy for peace. It is not coincidence that 24th April, the closing date of the historic Bandung Conference of 1955, had been declared by the United Nations General Assembly as International Day for Multilateralism and Diplomacy for Peace upon the initiative of the NAM member states. The main task before the non-alignment movement today is to adjust its role to new realities in the geopolitical landscape by promoting and upholding its founding principles. It is more than ever critical that non-alignment movement member states remain united and steadfast in view of emerging threats and challenges to the international peace, security, and development. Timely reaction to and application of effective remedies on situations that affect the member states is of most importance. NAM should immediately react to the emerging situation requiring its urgent attention so that the member states could rely on the strength and support of movement during their hard times. The member states should ensure that the movement is a dynamic and effective mechanism to represent, coordinate, and support their interests and priorities in an adequate and timely manner. In its capacity as the non-alignment movement chair, Azerbaijan spares and will spare no effort towards further enhancing the role and visibility of the movement as anti-war and peace-loving force, promoting, preserving, and strengthening multilateralism with the United Nations at its core. We will actively work on promoting founding principles of the non-alignment movement, increasing its effectiveness, as well as strengthening unity and cooperation among the member states. The recent environmental, economic, and social indicators demonstrate that the models of progress and development need to be modified and adapted. Conflicts, aggressive expansionist policies, environmental degradation, human rights abuses, financial crisis, coupled with the other threats such as terrorism, separatism, transnational organized crime, and extremism continue to affect millions of people around the world. Therefore, the world needs more than ever commonly agreed rules and effective global institutions to ensure security, development, and respect for human rights. As the next chair of non-alignment movement, Azerbaijan, as a chair already presently, spare no efforts towards further enhancing the role and visibility of the movement as an anti-war and peace-loving force promoting, preserving, and strengthening multilateralism with the United Nations at its core. The main task before movement today is to adjust its role to new realities in the geopolitical landscape by promoting and upholding its founding principles, which continue to be as much valid as relevant as they were actually when incepted. As we are all aware, the already fragile global situation has been further exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Operative and result-oriented response by non-alignment movement to the pandemic and its social humanitarian impact on member states has been exemplary. United Nations General Assembly special session initiated by the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan on behalf of non-alignment movement member states positioned our movement at the center of global efforts in the fight against pandemic. Except contributing to its increased visibility, COVID-related initiatives have tested responsibilities and operability of our movement to the growing challenges, the result of which was encouraging. The objective of ensuring a peaceful, just, and prosperous world is hardly achievable if the universally accepted fundamental values, norms, and principles, including those enshrined at the United Nations Charter and Bandung Declaration, are overtly disregarded and misinterpreted so as to whitewash aggressions and other illegal actions. The current situation necessitates new governance mechanisms supported by high-level political engagement and legally binding instrument, such as a treaty or other international legal instrument on the pandemic preparedness and response, which would provide a much-needed overreaching framework for global cooperation and enhanced solidarity among nations. I thank you for your attention and wish successful work for this event.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We are very honored to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Budimir Lončar, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador and Chair of the Ministerial Board of the Non-Aligned Movement, former advisor to 2 Croatian presidents, Fellow of the World Academy of Art and Science. Also, Mr. Lončar was 2 years president of the Croatian branch of the Pugwash Conferences on Science and World Affairs. Mr. Lončar, we talk about the non-aligned movement in context of uncertain and conflicting international developments. Mr. Lončar, the floor is yours.
Thank you. ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Samo ono što bude zaključno, ja znam otprilike šta govorim.
It is my pleasure to be here today on the valuable gathering, and I would like to thank to the organizers for the opportunity to talk about the interconnection of science, security, politics, and global issues with eminent speakers and experts in this area. As it was previously mentioned, I was president of the Croatian Pugwash group for 2 years. I am very proud of that. Because of that, I warmly congratulate to the new elected president, Mr. Zvonko Šikić, and vice president, Ms. Ana Jerković. I wish you a lot of success in your work. This conference is a sign of great start into your mandate as leaders of the Croatian Pugwash group. And I believe that you will continue with your work as efficient and dedicated as you did so far.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear friends, here and now, I'm going to give you my view on the role of the non-aligned movement in the past and in the contemporary multilateral world. This year marks the 6th decade of founding of non-aligned movement, and let me state categorically one thing. The movement has greatly changed the picture of the world at that time. Let us never forget, this is historical fact. Today, in framework of globalization of the world that brought to the surface many new problems. In the context of the COVID-19 pandemics, in an economic situation that is characterized by widening gap between developed part of the world and even very unequal state on national level in many countries, practically in all the world. With good reasons, we ask the following question. Where is the world going to? And where are non-aligned today? Owing to the technological revolution and other globalization factors, this world profited from growing interdependence and well-being, but in the same time, it had never been so disunited as today. As the Italian revolutionary philosopher Antonio Gramsci used to say, when a system collapses and other has not yet been constructed, then only chaos reigns in such a world. Today, we are witnessing the implication of the overcoming of the Cold War, exactly what the non-aligned movement was striving for. But instead of establishing new economical and political order in the world, we have been overwhelmed by unilateral that continue to exclude the poorest and the weakness from participating in decisions that affect the future of our planet and humankind. The technological revolution, alongside with the catastrophic climate change that we witness today, affect all discrepancies in today's world. We are very near today to a global and planetary catastrophe, and nothing can be done in the atmosphere where unilateralism pretends to replace the collective decision about the future of our planet. As we cannot rely only on the self-asserting and pretension unilateral approaches, so to solve the vital problem of our planet, in the same manner, we cannot rely exclusively on the power of market to solve the deep crisis of poverty, inequality, and diseases that affect today's world. Obviously, the dynamics of the world market give new impetus to the development of production forces. It is a powerful tool in resolving some of the global problem, but not all of them. Let me repeat and stress, the globalization of the world market cannot solve all problems that the human race is faced today with. Globalization must be put in function of the well-being of all inhabitants of the world. What we need today is establishment of the new world order that would be characterized not only by the overcoming of a new Cold War, but by strong multilateralism that would permit all countries to take part in decision about their fate, about our fate. The world has undergone dramatic changes over the past 30 years. The technological revolution, the climate crisis, the pandemics, poverty, terrorism, and backwardness of change the world. In this new world, we are facing new challenges. These challenges cannot be approached neither by a unilateral approach, nor by the decisive leverage of the big power that cannot solve the problem by themselves. If ever, now is the time for re-emergence of the movement for the decisive entering on the world politics stage of the developing and the prevailing countries. I'm almost tempted to say it is now or never. The movement has changed and still existence bigger than ever, but not present enough. Non-aligned movement must adapt to these changes, circumstances, must change too, substantially. However, the fundamental ideas formulated in 1961 in Belgrade did not lose importance or its meaning. On the contrary, establishing a new world order based on common interest and shared responsibility has been and remains the demand of the majority of the humanity. The movement recognized this demand and articulated in its consistent program and policies. There are those who think that with the end of the Cold War and the confrontation between blocs, the time of alignment has passed. They are wrong. Although the movement did have and still has some difficulties to adapt to the new situation on the world scale, it has in the last 20 years convincingly proved those prophets of the death to be wrong. The basic problems of the world today are the rising poverty, inequality, disbalanced growth, technological dependence, inadequate response to diseases, pandemic, and endemic. All these problems request the participation of all nations in debating and deciding about our common future. They simply cannot be resolved or even tackled without them, all of them. This agenda requires the action of the revitalized non-aligned movement. Tensions among the great powers are escalating on the daily basis, and this can lead to the catastrophe. A strong and influential movement is also precondition for the necessary restoration of the so needed multilateral decision-making process. The new international order must enable an efficient fight against irreversible climate change, against the widening gap between the North and South, rising inequality in all economies, it means in the global world, and also for democracy, but democracy shaped in accordance to the specific and needs of every country and not imposed in an uniform formula from outside, and particularly not by export of democracy by military strength. For this proposition to become true, we have to establish new multilateral mechanism by which global problem can only be solved by global process management. The multilateral model of international relation must be necessarily based on the system and network of the international organization, precisely speaking about United Nations, in which both smaller, poorer countries can participate with equal rights and dignity. In conclusion, let me say that such new world order is not possible if we continue to believe blindly in the invisible hand of the market. We need to concerted action of the actors, both those governmental and non-governmental, both those big and small, both those rich and poor. The challenges we face today must be stimulus for considered, coordinated action, and the non-aligned movement must be in the forefront of such endeavor. This was always its role. This is the role of today, especially today. Only such way we can restore hope in the future and save the world for the succeeding generation. There is great among things to do. Therefore, we should not lose time in the decisive struggle for the preservation of our world, of our future. Time is running out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lonchar, for sharing your thoughts on the role of the non-aligned movement today. And as our last speaker today in this panel, we are really pleased to have with us a prominent scientist, namely academician Asim Kuryak, President of the International Academy of Perinatal Medicine and Director of the Ian Donald Inter-University School of Medical Ultrasound, Fellow of the World Academy of Art and Science, European Academy of Sciences and Art, International Academy for Human Reproduction, Italian Academy of Science and Art of Reggio Puglia, Academy of Medical Sciences of Catalonia, Honorary Member of the American Institute of ultrasound in medicine and biology, regular member of the Russian Academy of Science and Art, and many others. According to the Stanford list, academician Kurjak was the most cited Croatian scientist in 2020. Academician Kurjak represented the topic. Among the non-aligned countries, the Croatian Medical School Ian Donnell has done more than politics. Mr. Kurjak, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Mr. President, message, Your Excellency, Ambassador, all other guests. At first, it may seem paradoxical that one scientist and medical doctor speak at the more political conference and roundtable, but I hope you will agree at the end of my presentation, combining oral and movie, that there is something to be said in the line of the actual discussion of non-aligned movement today. I've been speaking about school, which is now accepted as the success story in globalized medicine, named after Nobel Prize winner Ian Donnell, Scottish gynecologist who pioneered ultrasound. Ultrasound today is the most useful diagnostic technique we have in medicine in general, and there is no field of clinical medicine in which ultrasound nowadays is not used. Before I inform you, I like to pay tribute to some very important persons for development of Donnell School as a global success. First one is academician Ivo Schlaus, who in 1981 was among a few founders of Donnell School at the Inter-University Center in Dubrovnik. And since that, Ivo was closely connected with most of our successes, even taking part in some of our meetings like in Doha, Qatar, and in Dubai. Second one, and I will show some of illustrations for that to prove it, is President Mesic, who at his 2 terms as the president of Croatia helped as much as he could and was always ready to join us, and even including representatives of our school in 3 state delegations to visit Iran, Libya, and Qatar. That was very, very stimulating for some of us, enthusiastically represented in Donnell School. And I like also to thank to His Excellency, Mr. Budimir Lončar, who from his position, America, Indonesia, later on in Yugoslavia, was permanently interested to see how we are developing. And for all of you, I'm going to illustrate with few slides and then with the movie, how this successful global story strongly connected with non-aligned movements. And just to tell you, we now have 69 non-aligned countries who are in our chain, who are having our system of education. Among them, Your Excellency, Mr. Ambassador Gorbanov, we have in Azerbaijan very active school, and you can recognize here, if camera permit, this is Lady Fatma, who is director of school, and school has its journal, who is 15 years old, and as you can see at the end, quoted by the very serious scientific informatics sources, giving scientometric data on the, giving us information on the rating of Donnell School, how and why Donnell School is now represented in 142 countries, 69 non-aligned, and we are also in very well developed, like America, like Spain, like Italy, like France, and even Japan. All of these illustrations you will see soon in the movie. But 40 years of the existence of Ian Donnell School is a remarkable time. But that time had no parts in which we haven't been active, no poses in which highly specialized courses have been done. all over the world. Even during this endless pandemic of Corona, we had 6 webinars speaking online on the actual problem in our profession, because science or medicine combines science and art. And it is not enough to have knowledge. Much more important is to give knowledge, to know how to do education in proper time. And education is lifelong process. There is no period in which you can say, now I will stop to read. So we had 11,000 participants all over the world last year. And there is an increase, linear increase of the number of participants. And we do believe that there are 2 reasons why we are so successful. First one is there is no money involved. We are self-financed. We do not receive money from anybody. And there is no politics, whether you like it or not. No politics in its wide term. So I will now show you few slides illustrating rapid development and illustrating how this Donald School became truly global. And very interesting is that non-aligned movement is a little bit older than our school, but our school is in significant progress, contrary to decline as President Mesić outlined in his speech. Non-aligned movement is somehow in crisis, at least as we in Croatia do see it. Donald School, represented in 142 countries worldwide, is in a big progress. We have never been more successful. Our journal is 15 years old and it's quoted in all serious databases you can see on the bottom. And we do have Donald School Library, published 37 textbooks in English and in Italian. And the school is actually present in each corner of the world, but the main attractiveness is to teach people in poor country, in developing countries with appropriate curriculum. So, ladies and gentlemen, after giving this very short introduction, I will now ask Anna to put the movie, which is self-explanatory, even with the pleasant music, and please be next 15 minutes patient to see what we did in this largest world educational system. Second to us are University of United Nations. They have 100 members. We do have 142. Of course, they receive $1 million per year. We receive no 1 penny. So this is something different if you are non-financed and if you do take care about yourself without expecting any help from the others. Anna, can we start with the movie? Yes. Movie is self-explanatory in English.
Thank you very much, Professor Kurjak. With this, we will close this panel, and I would like to thank everyone. And just a final remark from Academician Schlaus before we put the movie, before we see the movie, which is 15 minutes long. Academician Schlaus, if you would like to say a few words for the end of this panel, so that we can see the movie of
Anna,
the Ian Donald School.
the movie is an integral part of the panel. I reduced my time to 7 minutes, expecting movie, including in the panel. All right, whatever you like.
Academician Schlaus.
Mr. President, distinguished participants, this is one of the best sessions we had at this conference. I'm particularly impressed by the speech given by President Mesić. Of course, I have heard many of his speeches. He was my president for the a little bit more than 10 years because he was also the last president of Yugoslavia. And we met at many conferences and so on. And I can proudly say that I am his friend. What he said was, United Nations have to be modified and improved. And a non-aligned movement is one of the things that we already tried. It worked very well, and it could be a building stone for many things to improve the UN international system, a step toward what presumably has to be the future, the global governance. Thank you.
And now we will see the movie of the Ian Donald School for the end of this panel.
"40 weeks, 3 trimesters. However you put it, 9 months is a long time. Thankfully, these days, we don't have to wait that long to get a first glimpse of the unborn baby. Ultrasound scans, developed at the University of Glasgow by Professor Ian Donald, are painless, safe and reliable, an important way of checking that the fetus is developing normally and a defining moment in any woman's pregnancy. Ultrasound is vibration at a very high frequency. It's used in the animal kingdom by a variety of species as a tool for hunting and navigation. Scientists use sonar in a number of ways too, from checking for cracks in aeroplane wings to cleaning delicate pieces of jewellery. But it was Ian Donald who first harnessed this natural phenomenon into a visual technology that could be used to display images of an unborn baby. Born in Cornwall and educated in Scotland and South Africa, Professor Donald studied medicine at St Thomas's Medical School in London, graduating in 1937. After serving as a medical officer in the Royal Air Force during the Second World War, he accepted the Regius Chair of Midwifery at Glasgow University in 1954. Professor Donald arrived at his alma mater with, in his own words, the residue of a Leverhulme research grant, a rudimentary knowledge of radar from my days in the RAF, and a continuing childish interest in machines, electronic and otherwise. He had an idea that radar technology could be adapted for medical diagnosis. However, his early experiments on tumours using an industrial ultrasonic metal flaw detector were greeted with scepticism. Undaunted, the professor worked with T.G. Brown of the scientific instrument makers Kevin and Hughes to create the first diagnostic ultrasound machine. In 1958, he published his findings with John McVicker in The Lancet. The article was one of the defining publications in the field. Professor Donald's wait was over, and so was ours. The early days of ultrasound were not easy. Machines could only create fuzzy images at first. But from this difficult beginning, a new science of fetal diagnostics emerged. Today, machines can show the unborn fetus in sharp detail and even video images in 3 and 4D. Professor Donald would be pleased to know about these developments. Speaking in later years, he noted that the innumerable difficulties, setbacks and disappointments have been more than compensated for by those who have turned the subject from a laughable eccentricity into a science of increasing exactitude. He'd be pleased too to know that ultrasound is now used in many fields of medical diagnostics and also in veterinary medicine. Like X-rays, ultrasound allows us to look inside the body, but unlike X-rays, the technology is not based on radiation. By helping to create a safe and effective way of seeing inside our bodies, Ian Donald changed the face of medical and veterinary practice for the better.
are living in a troubled world where national, religious and political differences separate people to the extent of causing disastrous wars. I think that the development of the concept of Jan Donald Inter-University School of Medical Ultrasound is a very good lesson for leaders of the world. Donald School courses are based on the state-of-art science and on friendship and collegiality. They do transcend all language barriers, all misunderstandings. And we do have now most recent development advanced fellowship, 1-year postgraduate courses for the master degree, which then can be continued with the PhD program lasting another 2 years dedicated to clinical research under mentors appointed by university. It is now 32 years since we in city of Dubrovnik established Jan Donald Inter-University School, and the progress was dramatic, being success story in globalized medicine. And as you all know, medicine and science are truly global because their very nature is global. And to produce curriculum which is equally attractive for developed and developing countries was and still is the main challenge of Jan Donald School. I welcome all the new participants. You will find friendly and stimulating and above all pleasurable team of first-class speakers and a very friendly atmosphere and interchange of opinions. Welcome. Donald School is now generally accepted as a success story in globalized medicine. We transcend all the borders, all the nationalities, all the religions. We have our motto, unity in diversity. This type of postgraduate, highly specialized teaching is now widespread in 132 countries, both developed and developing.
In Jan Donald School, we do ultrasound courses around the world, and we hope that we can find enough of young people that we can get interested for ultrasound. And this is indeed a very important field because we can detect a lot of malformations in early pregnancy. We can detect also a lot of malformations in the second trimester or even in the third trimester, and this can help to avoid morbidity and mortality in the neonate, and I think this is very important.
Jan Donald škola ima duboke međunarodne korijene. Jan Donald škola raste. Svake godine nekoliko novih zemalja se pridružuje. U Sjedinjenim Američkim Državama otvorili smo školu na Havajima 2005. godine. Svake druge godine održavamo skup, pretežno za liječnike sa Havaja, za naše specijalizante, isto za naše ultrazvučne tehničare, jer je u Americi to cijeli tim koji se bavi prenatalnom dijagnostikom i ginekološkim ultrazvukom. Havaji su daleko od svih i od Amerike i od Japana, ali u mnogo čemu mi vodimo u ultračnoj dijagnostici u Americi i Jan Donald škola nam je važna da pokažemo svijetu da i unatoč razdaljinama ultračna dijagnostika je važna za pomicanje i unapređenje zdravlja majki i djeteta. Mi smo dio jedne velike familije koju je dr. Kurjak osnovao u Hrvatskoj i koja se proširila cijelim svijetom. Mi smo vrlo ponosni na naše članstvo u toj organizaciji i jedna smo od dviju škola u Americi.
It has been my great pleasure and privilege to work with OSM during the past 30 years, building up the Ian Donald School. This is an international brotherhood and sisterhood of over 100 countries, whereby we teach physicians and sonographers throughout the world. This group is dedicated to education throughout the world. Why it has been such a success is that there's no money involved. It involves tireless and dedicated professionals who do this because they love to teach and love to share knowledge. Azim Kuryak is an organizational genius who brings out the best in people and enjoys helping them throughout the world. It's a true pleasure to work with him and to see these endeavors grow and grow in the months and years to come.
He's for us a very important person. I met him many years ago. I always could count for his help. So I can say truly that now we are the friends, and I hope there will be many other opportunities to cooperate together.
It is now widely accepted that education is a lifelong process, and real education is global education. You cannot teach differently in Zagreb, Belgrade, New York, or London. So teaching is transmission of enthusiasm and explosion of new knowledge coming every day by scientific discoveries, increasing ever-growing encyclopedia of knowledge is tremendous in this modern time. Therefore, one of the main challenges in scientific and educational world is to apply appropriate teaching methods to give the best knowledge and to teach students how to develop habit of thinking instead of habit of memorizing. Virtually every 2 years knowledge is doubled. So to keep in touch with this advancement, to put all of these new theories, techniques into the practice for the benefit of our patient requires permanent learning and permanent type of successful education.
Thank you very much, Academician Kuriak, for this really inspirational, wonderful video. I think we all enjoyed it. And I think this is really a good example how science transcends all boundaries and how, as Mr. Götz-Neuneck said yesterday, that the scientists are really an international fraternity that transcends all boundaries, political, economical, cultural. And I think that the Ian Donald School is really an example on which also politicians and diplomats can learn about understanding, about dialogue, about excellence. And I thank you very much for being today with us. And I would also like to thank our speakers. President Mesic, thank you very much for your criticism. I think that the non-aligned movement really needs to hear these messages. And the good criticism is always the best way to excellence and to rethinking their role in today's world. Your Excellency, Mr. Gurbanov, thank you for being with us today. And we really wish the President Aliyev very much success in chairing the non-aligned movement. And we hope that also with this panel, we helped maybe with some messages, with some good examples, practices of good examples, and with maybe some new ideas on how he can rethink the role of the non-aligned movement. I would like to thank Mr. Budimir Lončar for your excellent presentation. Thank you very much. From your experience also, we can learn very much about the movement, about its past, but about its role in the future, about the vision, what we can do in the changing world and in the contemporary conflicts. Thank you very much. And Academician Kuriak, you as a scientist, I think that you can really prove that politics and science must go hand in hand, and that the countries of that are non-aligned and also other countries can and what they must do to act globally and to act with vision. Thank you very much once again. We will now make a short break and return with the panel on emerging technologies.
Evo, nastavljamo našu današnju...
Engleski.
Oh, sorry. We are here again, and our next panel is Emerging Technologies. In this session, we have scientists and innovators from universities and high-tech companies, and they will present the latest achievements in high technologies, artificial intelligence, energy transport, and military technologies. Our first contributor is Jürgen Altmann. He's a physicist and peace researcher at Dortmund University. He's a co-founder and the chair of the German Research Association for Science, Disarmament, and International Security. He teaches about the relationship of natural science, armament and disarmament, and has authored chapters in corresponding textbooks. And his presentation will be New Military Technologies, Dangers for International Security, and Preventive Arms Control. Mr. Altmann, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yes,
for sure. Very good. Okay. Just 2 years ago, I have written an overview article on exactly the questions in the title that you just mentioned. And I have started with a general remark and then went through a couple of technologies, about 10, and then came to a few conclusions. And I'm not sure how many minutes you have allotted to me, but maybe in the next 7 or 8, I'll go through this shortly. Whoever wants to read the article, it's available on the internet. So first thing is, we have to understand that there is a qualitative arms race. There's an arms race, in particular, among the major powers, which are the US, Russia, and China. China rising in a sense, but there are quite a few others, such as France or United Kingdom and others, who kind of follow the role model set by the United States. And this arms race is to quite some extent driven by the efforts of the United States to remain militarily, technologically superior. They have the explicit goal of having so good superiority in military technologies that they are able to gain victory against any enemy on enemy war battlefield. I think that's unrealistic, but nevertheless, that is what drives the US. And we have to understand that the US carries 2/3 of the worldwide expenditure on military research and developments. All others are about 10% of that or lower. It's about $70 billion per year just for military R&D. The military budget of the US is 40%, and if you wish, a little more or less share of the worldwide military expenditure. So coming to the various new technologies that are on the horizon or are already being deployed in the military field, there are a couple which you could call kind of traditional. So this is, on the one hand, a ballistic missile defense, reinvigorated by the US about 20 years ago by abrogating the anti-ballistic missile treaty. There's the, well, also kind of traditional issue of space weapons. There have been a few anti-satellite weapon tests, but nevertheless, real space weapons have not yet been permanently deployed. And even though quite a few countries have begun to found space forces, military units carrying for space, they are mostly limited to observation and well, launching their own observation satellites, etc. Observation situation in space. A newer development is the field of hypersonic weapons, in particular hypersonic glide weapons that would be launched into out of the atmosphere by a ballistic missile, a big one, as usual, if you wish, but where then after a short course on an ellipse through space, the re-entry vehicle does not enter by a steep angle into its target, but goes kind of gliding on the outer atmosphere from 100 kilometers descending to 30 kilometers altitude, and then descending on the target, exploding there, either with a nuclear or a conventional explosion. Problem here is that, or the military advantage is being in rest of the atmosphere, they can take curves by just moving little control flags, going up or down or going left or right, which makes defending against them much more difficult. And also they can take turns, and they will, because of their relatively low flying altitude, they will be detected by ground-based radar systems much later. And there is a couple of new fields. Let me just mention the idea of autonomous weapon systems. We have kind of become accustomed to drones, armed, uninhabited air vehicles. They have been controlled by, up to now, by radio remote control, by from ground control stations where soldiers, normally soldiers, sometimes it's also intelligence officers, soldiers sit and control and observe the situation. And after quite some time and quite some thinking and pondering, they release their missiles against the ground target that they have seen on their video screens. Nevertheless, this is also a development about 20 years old. However, the next step would be to turn these systems to autonomous shooting. So all the tasks of finding out potential targets, thinking, are they legitimate, are they civilian, or are they military targets, and then releasing the weapon would be done by the computer on board. And this is not yet here. And since a couple of years, all the member states of the so-called Convention on Conventional Forces, CCW, I'm sorry, Convention on, I'm sorry, let me start again, of the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons, and then that are deemed to cause superfluous suffering or are not discriminative. They discuss whether one should have a prohibition of autonomous weapon systems. This is all in flux, and up to now there has been no unity in this convention. Next new development is cyber war. Many states have established cyber forces who not only prepare protecting their own military information technology systems, but also preparing attacks and intrusion into others' computer systems, not only into the military ones, but also into civilian ones. And in many cases, of course, the information technology infrastructure in countries serves both purposes. It's just being co-used by civilian as well as military uses. Quite a while ago, 15 years ago, I have written an overview book on potential military uses of nanotechnology. There's a long list which I won't go through here, but there are certain dangers connected to some such uses, and I have proposed some solutions for those. More general than in autonomous weapon systems, the topic of artificial intelligence in military uses has come up as important. And as I said, in the efforts of the US to stay at the technological forefront in military technologies, the US is putting much effort in using artificial intelligence algorithms in all kinds of military applications, autonomous weapon systems being just one of those. But then we have potential applications in simple, or not so simple, but in not shooting applications such as logistics, but also it could enter command and control systems and preparing situations not only of individual weapons systems, but also of whole fleets and units and so on. The next issue that I discussed is 3D printing or additional manufacturing, which could be used to faster prepare spare parts in the field and by the military. Of course, a very attractive thing and being widely used already in civilian industry. The next is synthetic biology and genetic editing, which could be used for military purposes as well. Of course, there is a biological weapons convention where nearly all countries are members, so the military hostile uses of such are prohibited. Unfortunately, there's not yet a verification mechanism in force. And finally, let me mention the concept of human body or brain enhancement, where human soldiers would gain some implants into the body or into the brain and so on. This is decades off, but nevertheless, it has been discussed already since 20 years at least. They're connected with many of these potential military new technologies or their uses are problems. One is several such developments or applications would be more widely available. So not just to states with their sophisticated research and development institutions, but also to non-governmental or non-state actors, in particular terrorist groups, because of many of these systems would also be small and could be accessed much easier. If we think of cyber weapons, it's just software. You could have this on every personal computer. The biggest problem that I foresee with many of these developments is a shortening of the time available to decide, the time to detect a potential attack and prepare counter attacks, and the time to make such decisions. So here the question of destabilization arises, where in a crisis, a computer algorithm might erroneously think, if you, well, let me just say, conclude where the algorithm concludes we are under attack and shoots back, but this may be erroneous. So even if the potential enemies do not yet want a war, this automatic or autonomous decision-making could lead into a war. So there's a big escalation risk, in particular, because there is an increasing entanglement between conventional and nuclear weapons and decision systems. So what could be done to prevent such destabilization and prevent a new waves of an arms race? This would be preventive arms control, that is limitation or prohibition of new weapons or new weapons technologies before they are being deployed. This needs a longer discussion, and for any such area, one would have to have specific research ideas to develop concepts, how they in particular could be limited or prohibited. And I have written to support some of these areas. In general, I think the political situation, not as bad as 1.5 years ago, but nevertheless, there's increasing threats, in particular among the three main powers, but also in other regions and areas. What humankind needs, and in particular what these states that participate in this qualitative arms race need, is to refocus their attention on a principle insight coming from the Cold War already, namely that national security enduringly, sustainably can only be organized in the context of international security. So I am calling for new steps and new enthusiasm for arms control, in particular preventive arms control, and these should be focused on the goal of increasing stability, military stability and crisis stability, not deteriorating it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Altman, for sharing your, if I may say, a little bit scary information, but also for giving some proposals how to deal with them. Our next contributor is Frano Barbir. He is the professor and chair of thermodynamics at Faculty of Electrical Engineering, Mechanical Engineering and Naval Architecture at University of Split. He has been actively involved in fuel cell technology, working in USA as a researcher and manager in both industry and universities. The title of his talk will be Hydrogen Technologies and their role in decarbonization of energy supply. The floor is yours, Mr. Boko. Mr. Barbir, sorry.
Thank you very much. Okay, I hope you can see my screen. Yes. Okay. So thank you for inviting me for this conference. It is my honor and a privilege to talk to you today about hydrogen technologies and their role in the decarbonization of energy supply. Energy supply is one of the most important today, and so it's not just a role in decarbonization, but also in securing alternative ways of getting energy. Today, we get our energy basically from fossil fuels in a system that schematically looks like this on this slide, where majority comes from coal, natural gas, and oil. And the width of this line actually represents the quantity of coal, natural gas, and oil that we use. And we use them for different purposes. We use them in the power plants to produce electricity. And then we use this energy in buildings, in industry, and transport. And there is some minor use as a feedstock or non-energy use. But basically what we need is here on the right side is that we need heat, we need electricity, and we need a movement, a transport. And you can see that this system is not only very inefficient because we have a huge amount of losses in energy conversion, but the system also generates a lot of carbon dioxide, a gas that accumulates in the atmosphere and creates global warming and global climate change. And all this fuss now about a meeting in Glasgow that just ended yesterday is about how to reduce this amount of CO2 that goes into the atmosphere. Actually, not only to reduce it, but completely decarbonize our energy system so that we can have an energy system that is not relying on fossil fuels anymore. And energy has been a culprit for almost 3/4 of the carbon dioxide that accumulates in the atmosphere. And this energy in industry, energy in transport, and energy used in buildings, and other fugitive emissions from energy production, energy in agriculture and fishing, and so on. So in order to eliminate CO2, we must have an energy system that is not producing carbon dioxide. And it's relatively, this is what the Green New Deal for Europe, and this is what this Paris Agreement, and this is what this meeting in Glasgow was about, is how to achieve a climate neutrality by as soon as possible, but probably by 2050. But also we have set some intermediate goals to reduce carbon dioxide by 55% till 2030. And this requires a massive deployment of renewable energy sources such as solar and wind. We must close our coal power plants, and 20 of 27 Euro states already declared that they will close them by 2030. We need to electrify the transport. We need to decarbonize the heating and decarbonize industry, and practically stop investing in fossil fuels infrastructure after 2021. There is no point in investing in this infrastructure if you're going to leave it and have a new infrastructure. And this new energy system will look something like this. And it's a very, it's not very complicated to actually come up with this system. We know what we need, and we know what is available. That is solar, wind, hydro, biomass. And all we need is the technologies in between to provide us with the heat, electricity, and transport that we need. And this system is 100% based on renewable energy. And it's, as I wanted to say, it's easy to envision it, but it's not that easy how to transfer from the existing system to this one. That's a completely different story. Anyway, in this system, I can see a role for hydrogen, because hydrogen is a fuel that can be produced from any type of energy, but especially from renewable energy. And then I see the role of hydrogen in energy storage, in industry, as a fuel for transport, and also as a feedstock. And so with the help of hydrogen, we can actually decarbonize the entire energy system. But primarily, we can produce electricity. From electricity, we can produce hydrogen, and then we can use it in the different applications. And to do this, so this would be the role of hydrogen in such energy system. First, enable large-scale, efficient, renewable energy integration, distribute energy across sectors and regions, act as a buffer to increase system resilience, decarbonize transport, decarbonize industry energy use, and also serve as a feedstock using captured carbon, and help decarbonize building heating. And the idea of using hydrogen is actually very old. Jules Verne was the first one who wrote about it in the 19th century. And then this idea revived in the 70s during the first energy crisis. And ever since, the scientists, including myself, have been working on different hydrogen technologies. So hydrogen technologies include production of hydrogen, primarily by electrolysis, of water electrolysis, using electricity from renewable power sources, hydrogen storage, hydrogen dispersion, hydrogen transport, hydrogen use in the vehicles, hydrogen use in industry, and hydrogen use for cogeneration in buildings. And in the rest of my presentation, I will go very quickly, just showing you what has been accomplished so far. First of all, technology for hydrogen production. I mentioned water electrolysis. It's a relatively simple process we learn even in elementary or high school. We can split water by applying a direct current and split it to its constituents, hydrogen and oxygen. And to use this, we must use energy from renewable energy sources. And that's the schematic view. Like we need energy and water, and we produce hydrogen and oxygen. And of course, the real system doesn't look anything like the experiment we did in elementary school. These are industrial electrolyzers, large scale, that are being used. It's a process that has been used for almost 100 years now. There are also, of course, modern developments as well. Hydrogen production from renewable sources. There is dozens of projects all around the world that is producing hydrogen on a large scale from renewable energy. This one, I believe, is in Japan, near Fukushima power plant. This one here is in Germany at the refinery where they use hydrogen instead of fossil-produced hydrogen. Technologies for hydrogen storage. We can store hydrogen as a compressed gas, as a liquid hydrogen. We can store it in metal hydrides. There are some exotic technologies that are being developed for storing hydrogen in small quantities. But for a large scale, we can use underground depleted gas wells, salt caverns, and aquifers. Hydrogen can be transported through pipelines, or it can be transported by trucks, in the tube trailers, or in cylinders, or as a liquid. We have technologies for hydrogen use. We can combust hydrogen in internal combustion engines, just like we burn fossil fuels today. We can use it in the jet and rocket engines. And actually, the entire space program has been based on hydrogen as a fuel. We can also produce steam by just combusting hydrogen, very easily produce steam. Catalytic combustion, also, we can use hydrogen for cooking. We can use hydrogen in some metal hydrides applications. But the emphasis of these technologies is actually electrochemical conversion of hydrogen in fuel cells. And what is a fuel cell? Fuel cell is just opposite of an electrolyzer. It's an electrochemical energy converter that converts chemical energy or fuel, which is hydrogen, to electricity. And byproduct is water and also heat, because this reaction, which is a reverse of electrolysis, is about 50% efficient. So 50% of energy of hydrogen goes to electricity, 50% goes to heat. And the fuel cells have been used also in the space program for decades now. So it's well proven technology that is about to be used now on a massive scale. We already have hydrogen vehicles, more than 20,000 sold so far in the world. Companies like Toyota, Hyundai, Honda, Mercedes, they're all in this, and some of them are already commercially available. You can buy it. I would have bought it if I had a hydrogen refueling station nearby. There are also hydrogen fuel cell taxi fleets in Paris, in The Hague, in Netherlands. But hydrogen used in the automobiles actually is not the best way, because probably battery electric vehicles, as shown here, can cover this. On this scale, this is how automotive companies see development of transportation in the future. So on this side, we have a heavy duty cycle, here a light duty cycle, here a high load or heavy vehicles, we have a low load or personal automobiles. So in this region here, electric vehicles with batteries are sufficient, but as we go to higher loads and more complex driving cycle, we need more energy, and storing energy in hydrogen is more effective than storing energy in batteries, not by efficiency, but by weight. Hydrogen stored is about 2.5, 3 times lighter than the batteries, and also refueling time plays an important role. That's why we see hydrogen as a fuel for heavy transport, such as buses. This is an example in the city of Aberdeen in Scotland, but there are hydrogen buses all over Europe, in the cities in Switzerland, in Italy, Norway, Germany, UK. This was a program, Clean Hydrogen for Inner Cities, which has been continued by program JIVE. Now we have JIVE 2, and this demonstration of hydrogen buses will continue in Europe. Hopefully, we will have also 20 buses in Zagreb in a couple of years. Hydrogen for trucks, there are companies that are developing hydrogen trucks and already have orders for those trucks, where hydrogen system is actually shown here. And this is Nikola, this is Hyundai that already has an order of 1,600 trucks for Switzerland, or Hyzon that has an order of 1,500 trucks for New Zealand. And for these vehicles, there are already hydrogen refueling stations developed, and they look exactly or very similar to the ones that we are used to use now with the gasoline and diesel. And there are about 440 or maybe 500 now gas stations, hydrogen gas stations in the world, and about 200 in Europe, mainly in Germany. The closest one to Zagreb is in Graz. We actually do have a refueling station in Zagreb, but it's only for a bicycle. Hydrogen trains, there are already 14 trains being used in Germany, developed by Alstom. Siemens is also working on a hydrogen train. Hydrogen ferries and ships in Norway, in Scotland. This is one that has been launched just this summer in San Francisco. And also hydrogen airplanes. In 1988, Tupolev made the first flight with one engine converted to run on hydrogen. And then in the 90s, there was a study by Boeing on developing a hydrogen hydrogen airplane. And then Merkel announced a hydrogen strategy for aviation just 2 years ago. And immediately after that, Airbus came with a vision of a different hydrogen-powered airplanes that they will be working on. So also, we can use hydrogen in industry, for example, in a steel production, where we can replace a coal or coke that has been used in the process and that created a lot of carbon dioxide. We can replace it with hydrogen produced electrolytically from a renewable energy. And this has already been demonstrated in several steel plants in Germany and Sweden. Also, we can use hydrogen from renewable energy, from solar, wind, and hydro, to replace hydrogen that is currently being produced from natural gas and is used in the petrochemical industry to produce ammonia, and ammonia is used for fertilizer production. And we can replace this hydrogen with a clean, or we call it green hydrogen. And also, we can use hydrogen for cogeneration in buildings. There are fuel cells that run on hydrogen that can be installed in buildings and produce both electricity and heat. So, in the conclusion, hydrogen is the cleanest fuel. It produces nothing but water, when it's being used, either combusted or used electrochemically in the fuel cells. But hydrogen must be produced from renewable energy, again, from water. So there is no carbon involved at all. Because of that, hydrogen can contribute to decarbonization in transportation, as I showed, cars, buses, trucks, trains, ships, airplanes, in industry, both as a feedstock and fuel, and in buildings for cogeneration. And hydrogen technologies for production, hydrogen storage, transport, delivery, utilization, they already exist, and they just need to be deployed on a large scale. And the political will in Europe now is actually going in favor of hydrogen. Just last year, Europe came with a European hydrogen strategy that has set some very aggressive goals for hydrogen in even 2024, in 2030, and 2050, because Europe wants to have a lead in these technologies in the world. And also seeing that hydrogen can contribute to decarbonization of energy supply by 2050. Thank you for your attention.
Professor Barbir, for sharing your thoughts and information on hydrogen energy. Our next speaker is Haris Boko. He's the president of EU Business, a think tank that encourages the development of European Union, global understanding of what the European Union is, and also encourages the European Union to understand global processes. The title of his presentation is, Does the Technological Development Accelerate or Decelerate? Mr. Boko, the floor is yours.
Hi, everybody. I hope that technology works fine. And since we have just heard a lot concerning the emerged technologies, I would like to bring us a bit back to realize how technologies really emerge. Because I think it's very important to understand the time frame in which technologies in which we became actually aware of the technologies and their outcome, not only technologically, but to our society. So I want to bring us back and probably remind you on a movie called Dangerous Liaisons, which you might probably seen in cinemas, but even more on the book, which is a great book and actually among the best ever written novels, together with Don Quixote and Robinson Crusoe in many of these best ever books. Anyhow, there is a sentence in this very unusual novel, because the whole novel is only exchange of letters. There is nothing but exchange letters. And in one of the sentences is written that, that the huge technological advancements before the French Revolution allowed for the very significant extension of the life expectancy. Before the French Revolutions, in years like 1750, the life expectancy was 24.8 years. And just before the French Revolution, it has grown above 30 years. It was like 30.5. And we might consider what have been these huge technological advancements that allowed for that. And it's really not so easy to recall of these significant achievements. There is no industrial revolution. They use cattle for agriculture, horses for transport. They were dying of every possible infection. So to us, it might seem quite like Egypt in times of pharaohs and Moses. But then the 19th century arrived. The Industrial Revolution came. The beginning probably with the steam engine, and then the railways in 1830. And not neglectable 1831, when Faraday discovered electromagnetic induction. which is a very, very important breakthrough from a technological point of view. But what I wanted to say is that only technological investments per se couldn't make a huge social impact. So the 19th century is also the period of a very significant social improvement of social relations, rule of law, abolishment of slavery, more democracy. Let's not forget that 1884 is when Bismarck initiated universal healthcare. And this is also by the very end of the 19th century when we had electrical power really in use. I should never forget mentioning that the first city ever enlightened was the Croatian Šibenik. 2 days after the Niagara power plant was operational, but Niagara power plant didn't have a connection lines to the nearby city of Buffalo. So Šibenik was before enlightened, almost a year before enlightened than Buffalo. And with these, I would say, very significant changes, we entered into the 20th century, more or less our century. And I somehow divided this period into two sections. One would be the first half century, or more specifically 60 years, until 60. So from my point of view, the end of 50s and the beginning of 60s was actually the end of large armed conflicts. If we recall, of course, the world wars and then the Korea, the Vietnam, at that time, particularly when we are reflecting to Pugwash conference, we have to have in mind that after the beginning of 70s, we are enjoying the peace that we have never been enjoyed before ever in human history. But mentioning this period until the 60s, I would like to pick a few of these discoveries, which I think that they are quite significant. By all means, I would mention 52, and when Rosalind Franklin photographed the first DNA. And then, of course, Watson and Crick published the paper, and they got the Nobel Prize, not the Rosalind. This is, from a social point of view, I would say, extremely important situation, which would never be possible. That is, then only a few years happened the first oral contraceptive in 60, which structurally changed the global circumstances, making women much, much more present in our society from every possible perspective. And of course, then these breakthrough technologies or achievements, like in 69 landing on the moon, which is the breakthrough of our civilization by all means. And just few days later, after this landing of the moon, was the first internet message from USLA by ARPANET. And not forgetting in 72, the Pioneer left our part of universe and entered the outer space. When I mentioned Šibenik, it is not only because I'm a patriot, I'm from Croatia, but it's also somehow signifying that the small nations and so-called minor individuals, probably like Tesla or alike, could really initiate some cutting-edge technologies which would change our societies and the way we live. Since I realized that there are a lot of people attending the conference from Croatia, let us not miss that in 69, the fourth ever installed IBM 360 mainframe computer, by far the the biggest booth of computer sciences ever was installed in Zagreb. And only a few years later, UNIVAC was at the Srce computer, again, the university computing center in Zagreb. And that particular year, the contract concerning the nuclear power plant in Krško was also established, and the contract with Westinghouse, so the Western technology, very cutting edge technology, was signed in 71. And then we are entering, after the Children of Flower, after these social turbulences, we are entering in the second part, I would say, in the very part of the history in which we take place. And what are the major achievements? What is so significant for our life today, in addition of these technologies that we have just mentioned? Well, we are obviously living in the times of Facebook, in the times of iPhone and Instagram, in the times of social networks. And sometimes we might think that this is somehow incomparable or less important, less relevant than the outer space or the first electricity. But from my opinion, we have to very carefully consider that the technological advancement should be in accord with the development of our societies. And I think that put these two things into a balance is very, very important to achieve sustainability in our lives, in our developments, in our growth, in our communication. That is actually the main point of what I wanted to share with you. But then, since we have mentioned some of really breakthrough technologies like artificial intelligence, it is obviously incredibly important. How shall we adapt to such changes in respect to political systems, in respect to the meaning of states, in respect to migration and immigration, in respect to many, many things which make our world universal. Going back to hydrogen that we have just mentioned, and of course, the electric vehicles, autonomous vehicles, let's never forget that the first ever operational vehicle was an electrical vehicle, already in 1884. When we speak about high power cars or the cars which we would emotionally like to have, I think that many people would go for a Porsche. Let's not forget that the first Porsche was electric Porsche, already in 1898. And the real boost of gasoline engines started only with the introduction of electricity, when there was not any other way to sell so much of petroleum like before. A brilliant idea by the Rockefeller family, which introduced so many combustion engines and the spending of fossil fuels. And the real production of the classic cars was actually initiated with, we all know, the 4T model. But the wife of Mr. Ford, even at that time and after that time, drove the electric cars. So we are living in the world, I think, in which we have to be very careful with our technologies. We have to put into balance when is the development of certain technologies and when they come into practical application. I had the privilege to working with Mr. Kuriak at the beginning of our career. And the foundation of ultrasound is certainly the piezoelectricity. The piezoelectricity is what the Curie brothers are known, and it was established in 1880. And the medical usage of ultrasound emerged only with Jan Donald in Glasgow in the 80s, in the end of the 50s, but the real boost was actually in 70s and 80s. Let's not forget that the first batteries, electric batteries, were invented in 1859. And they used to boost to support these electric vehicles in the 19th century. But let's also not forget that the first lithium-ion battery was invented in 1970. By the way, invented for the Exxon company, for the fossil fuel company. And the Nobel Prize was awarded only 2 years ago, in 2019. So sometimes we have to be very careful. We have to be very careful and very patient and keep on struggling and waiting for the time when technologies will really emerge. The same probably as with the DNA, because only now in COVID times, we understand how RNA based on the foundations of DNA could actually help in vaccination and reducing the sufferings out of this horrible plague that we are all enjoying in these times. So thanks very much for your attention. I hope that I didn't take too much of your time.
No, you haven't. Thank you very much, Mr. Bokov, for your very interesting historical overview. And our next speaker is Bojan Pečnik. He is CEO and founder of Hypersphere, the first Croatian aeronautical startup. He got his PhD from Max Planck Institute for Extraterrestrial Physics, and he was also a lecturer at University of Split, where he, with other colleagues, founded the graduate course in astrophysics. The title of his presentation is Persistent Aerial Presence as a Service. So the floor is yours, Mr. Pečnik.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. I will be presenting to you today our work on the next generation infrastructure for broadband data services for societal challenges of today and tomorrow. But before I do that, I'd like to thank Ms. Anna Jerkovic for the invitation to participate in the conference and connect in Pugwash, reconnect with Pugwash in that way. So our global society faces many serious challenges. Climate change makes extreme weather events more frequent and impacts ever more people. And sometimes nature bestows us with more than one calamity at once, such as an earthquake in my hometown a year and a half ago, in the middle of the COVID-19 lockdown. People were scared and confused and did not know if they should stay inside or go into the streets. It took almost half a day for the right instructions to be passed on. Damage assessment follow-up lasted for months and actually years, as there is no quick way to inspect the state of the city-wide infrastructure from the ground. So how to make our society more robust and resilient? How to effectively manage complex and difficult situations in real time? Also, one of the challenges many countries are facing today is increased pressure on their borders, coupled with the inability to provide cost-effective solution to deploy persistent border surveillance over the entire hotspot regions. Another example is the challenge of bringing the sustainable modern connectivity to almost half of the global population living in rural and remote areas, both in developing and developed countries. India alone has almost 1 billion people with no option for commercially viable 4G connectivity. I mean, this is a very important point. Technologies for connecting people, such technologies that exist for decades now. We have 5G now, which is in mainstream operation, but over half of the global population does not even have the 4G connectivity, no connection to the world, because there is no sustainable, viable, commercially viable technology to do so. So what to do about these challenges? Hypersphere company has the answer to these challenges. We have developed the technology which can establish a permanent foothold in the atmosphere in a commercially viable way. Now we are working on partnerships to scale up these solutions globally. The solution to presented challenges is the airborne infrastructure for geographically distributed data services. namely hypersphere airships, are specifically designed to stay at one location above the ground or to slowly move about, irrespective of weather, for a long time and with a large enough payload to enable adequate mass market data services. Our unique selling proposition is called Persistent Aerial Positioning as a Service and is characterized by following 5 key features. The ability to quickly deploy anywhere in the world, to cover large ground areas with adequate quality of service, to do it periodically or continuously in a safe and appropriate way, even for time-critical applications, with cost effectiveness and viability for various population densities. Our competition is not in the air or in space, for none of the existing technologies there can combine persistence and coverage with cost effectiveness. This is clear from the SOCOT metric, specific operating cost on target, i.e. the price to keep a kilo of payload airborne for an hour in a persistent 24/7 365 campaign. All other known solutions which could potentially deliver such a service are 1 to 3 orders of magnitude more expensive than Hypersphere and are thus not viable for commercially sustainable persistent airborne applications. We don't see any on the market, none of them exist. So our real competition are existing terrestrial services where we are typically able to provide a better service for a better price and with a better profit margin. Therefore being sustainable and able to provide added value. So our business model is not to sell the airships as products. Instead, we are working with hardware and software specialists to build turnkey solutions for various applications, so-called PAPAS solutions. And we are working with service providers to bring these solutions to global markets. Using the mobile broadband service as an example, we are integrating commercial off-the-shelf and custom telecom equipment with our airship and are pairing with a national data link provider to offer SLA network service to existing regional telecom providers. In other regions, we might team up with a telco and offer a better and cheaper service to end users directly. For the market segmentation, we are focusing on a small number of market solutions where our services can quickly answer to strong market needs, which are currently not answered. A good example is telecom market, where we can offer 4G connectivity at 1/3 of CapEx and OpEx of traditional industry to a large part of the population, which is currently not commercially viable market. On the other hand, damages from illegal lodging alone are estimated at $152 billion globally per year. And that is a rough order of magnitude for any of the initially targeted markets. Oh, I apologize. Okay. Insofar, about over 2 million euros have been invested from private investors and public grants into the Hypersphere project. Our technology readiness level is currently 5, with an ongoing European Horizon 2020 project ongoing, and we will be able, by the end of it, to reach technology readiness level 8 for border security application, with Frontex as an observer and 6 border police agencies in the consortium as potential customers. We also have strong partnerships to develop turnkey solutions in telecom, agriculture, and auto industry, and to grow organically by putting these services in the local and regional markets. The first flights of the real-world prototypes will start next year, and this is a bit of exclusive information for Pugwash. So from next year, we will be able to demonstrate all the service elements of this technology in the real world. Our core team has Oxford, Princeton, and Max Planck education, has strong experience in startup and business development, finance, science, and technology. Hypersphere's proposals, Horizon 2020 proposals, have won multiple seals of excellence from the European Commission. With that, I would like to leave you with with the end of the presentation. And if you have any questions, you can feel free to email it to me later on the email below. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pečnik, for this very interesting presentation and for being with us today and to share that Croatia has something to offer in the sense of new technologies. Since the time is up, I would like to thank all of our participants for being a part of the Security, Science and Peace Conference. Professor Altman, thank you very much for this, for your presentation regarding the emerging technologies. That was really something that we should all think about, and also the matter of ethics, which is very important when we see what the future will look like. I wanted to ask you about how would you see the future wars, but since we don't have time, maybe we will leave it for another discussion. Thank you very much for joining us today, Professor Altman.
Welcome.
Yes, Professor Barbir, also thank you for your presentation regarding the hydrogen technologies, also very interesting, and hopefully Croatia will catch up all the new developments in Europe and in the world, because it's very important that we use this energy, these technologies, and that we implement it also here. I want to also congratulate for being elected in the committee of the Croatian Pugwash group, and we would really like you to join us in the next events. Mr. Haris Boko, yes. Mr. Haris Boko, also thank you for your interesting presentation. And also it is very important to see how it all started and how the technology emerged through the centuries, through the last century, and what are the Croatian also contributors, and what are the recent developments, and how we will will it look in the future. And thank you for being with us, and I hope you will stay till the end of the conference. And finally, Mr. Pečnik, we are really proud to see what a Croatian startup can do, how it can connect internationally, how it can be like globalization, local and global, and we hope that it will be used in a wide market, and I wish you a lot of success with your hypersphere. Thank you very much, and with this I would like to close our panel on emerging technologies. We will have a short break and we will return with the panel Croatia and Space.
Thank you.
The last session today on the Security, Science and Peace Conference is the panel on space. What is the current contribution of Croatia to European and overall space policies, and how can it be fostered and developed? We will ask our speakers today in our last panel. We will explore what are the potentials and main challenges, but also opportunities to advance this fast-growing industry in Croatia and Europe. Our first speaker is Mr. Tome Anticic, a Senior Research Associate and Head of the Center for Detectors, Sensors and Electronics at the Ruđer Bošković Institute, Zagreb, former Director of the Ruđer Bošković Institute, and former State Secretary for Science at the Croatian Ministry of Science and Education. He studied at Cambridge University and University of London, obtained his PhD in experimental particle physics from the Johns Hopkins University, co-authored more than 110 original scientific papers, and he was the coordinator of several FP7 and Horizon projects involved with several CERN experiments, as well as at the Pierre Auger Observatory. The topic of the presentation is Croatia and ESA. Mr. Tom Anticic, the floor is yours.
Hello, do you all see my screen?
And we hear you.
Yes, okay, good. Well, thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. The thing I would like to show actually the Croatia's long and arduous path to the European Space Agency, which I'm sure once it becomes fully realized will be to mutual benefit, not to Croatia and Europe and the world, because Croatia has actually a lot of technologies to offer, which I will briefly touch upon here. But first, because this actually is just a sec, I cannot move my
for you.
Let's see, remote. I'm trying to move my presentation, so it doesn't seem to work. So
maybe we can share the slides. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, it works now. Sorry. Okay, good.
Oh, okay.
So, okay, good. So, sorry about that. So, first, some motivation, because this conference actually is centered around security. So, one aspect of security, which is not really taken too seriously, or it's being neglected, or it's being, in a sense, sometimes actually even laughed about, is the space security. And the thing is that only a very small percentage of destructive space objects on the potential collision course with Earth are detected with theoretically enough time to react and able to prevent a global catastrophe. I mean, today we're not able to do it, but hopefully we will be able to do that in the near future. Of course, you all know the example of the dinosaurs being extinct because of about a 10-kilometer asteroid hitting the Earth about 66 million years ago. So one can say that we are living today in a post-apocalyptic world. There are, unfortunately, also many, many more recent examples. For example, there was the Tunguska event explosion, which involved about a 12 megaton explosion above Siberia in Russia only about 100 or so years ago. And this only involved about a 50-meter meteoroid. The thing to realize is that there are in fact non-trivial odds for city-destroying events within 50 to 100 years, or in fact civilization-destroying events within 500 to 1,000 years. I mean, they are small, but they're not zero. And in a sense, scary part is we are not ready. Something can come up next year, tomorrow, for example. We will not be ready because we're only able to see a very small part of these dangerous objects. And when we see them, it will probably be too late. And there are also, for example, solar flares. So in about 150 years ago, the largest geomagnetic storm occurred in Earth. And the auroras were seen worldwide, including at the equator, and all the electrical systems began sparkling and igniting fires, even though they were disconnected from the grid. A similar event today could wreak complete havoc on the grids. The satellites and wireless communications can get shut off, and this would result in a multi-trillion-dollar damage with many other implications it can cause. I mean, these things, this is not science fiction. This is not sort of scaremongering. It happens all the time. So like in 1989, so not too long ago, a flare blacked out most of the Quebec province, cutting power for up to 9 hours. In 2005, a solar system disrupted, the grids, I mean, for 10 minutes, and many other things are happening on a smaller scale. So humanity should not be wondering if a storm like in 1859 can happen again. It will happen. It could happen on a much stronger scale too. The only question is when. Is it going to be in the next 5 years, 10 years, or 20 years? But it will happen, and we are not ready today. This could be in many ways not just sort of financial damage, but it could create political damage, and whole uprisings can happen. A lot of disturbances can happen politically on the world scale. We have to be ready. We are not ready today. ESA, of course, is doing a lot in that direction on many different fronts. They have today a lot of active science going on and satellites going on, including relevant to planetary defense, relevant to space debris and clean space, and similar. So their plans going well into 2030s and beyond. They already have numerous satellites in operation for Earth observation and many other missions. There's Copernicus, there's the EUMETSAT, and many other excellent technologies in space already operation now, and many more are planned. Many satellites are planned under constructions to be launched in the near and far future. So, I mean, it's important for Croatia to be a part of this endeavor. And this has unfortunately not been taken too seriously in Croatia for a very long time. So Croatia entered this process basically as the last EU member, but we are finally in the process. It started in 2018, and the process to the full ESA membership is actually a rather long process. And actually, it is good that it's long. It's a very serious project and process, and it wants to be able to, it requires for the country applying to prove that it's worth, that it has the technology, the science, and the system to partake in the European Space Agency on a fully equal basis. So the first comes the cooperation agreement, then comes after at least 5 years, the plan for European cooperating states to be part in, and that takes 5 more years with actually a lot more financial commitments then, but also opportunities to partake into its tenders. And then it becomes an associate member, which requires at least 7 years, and then comes the 8-year transition to a full member states. So here is a picture of Europe with the different memberships of the countries shown. So most of Europe is a full member. There are associate members. Our neighbor Slovenia is in there. There are the European cooperating states, which is the next stage. Croatia would like to go, I hope, very soon, because in fact Croatia has signed agreements to give it an accelerated path, and I hope this will go through. And there's the cooperation agreement, where Croatia is here, and there's also, I think, Ukraine and Canada is part of that too. So what happened in 2018? Croatia finally signed the cooperation agreement with ESA, and the full legal framework is there. The exchanges of scientific and technical information has been going on, and this remains in force until 2023. The thing is, we wanted to, when I was the State's Secretary in the Ministry of Science, we wanted to go, on a more accelerated track. So in 2019, we requested from ESA if we could have a more intensive collaboration. And in fact, in 2020, in March 2020, we implemented the agreement for arrangement by ESA Council, which will make the Croatia's involvement at this stage on a much more intense rate. And as a result of that, there'll be tenders to which Croatia can participate in, and to which it is a guaranteed a certain amount of funds. So about 7 million euros Croatia is able to access, starting from projects already from last year. So already about 1 million euros or so have been given out to competitive tenders. And so there are about 6 million euros available in the next 3 rounds of project applications. One is ongoing right now. So, but while Croatia has no satellites, I think there we are, I think, the only one in EU, or on the last one's EU, unfortunately. It actually has a lot of potential, and it's already actually very active in several areas relevant to space, relevant to the European Space Agency. An excellent example is Višnjan Observatory. And it is a very small observatory in a beautiful part of Croatia in Istria, and it is run by this very enthusiastic astronomer, Korada Korlovic, who managed to set up a system which is in charge of and which is mostly populated by young enthusiasts from universities and high schools and so on, and to have an excellent system for monitoring asteroids, discovering asteroids, and tracking them. So, for example, as 2016, more than 1,400 asteroids and 2 comets have been discovered at the observatory. And I think most physicists in Croatia at my Roger Bošković Institute and other similar institutions, Croatia, have gone through this observatory at one stage or other in their career, in the high school or university or so. And actually, if you do get a chance to visit it, do take it, because it's actually a beautiful location. Another example, as Bojan Pečnik has shown in his presentation, is Hipposfera. He did not point out that, in fact, the project they got from Horizon 2020 is the largest Horizon individual project given to a SME in Croatia, about 2 million euros. So he has this, as he explained, they have these platforms, balloons, which are able to stay fixed in space for a very long time, with these airships in space, which are able to be at the location for a very long time in a very cheap and a robust basis, for which a lot of potential applications are available. You know, there's the monitoring of the border, there's monitoring of the fields, crops, there's the communications, a lot of possibilities, and I really believe that this could be a multi-billion-dollar business. There's also other examples. There's, for example, quantum communication, where Croatia actually has some excellent individuals, and it's very prominent. This quantum communication technology achieves absolute security thanks to quantum encryption, because it works with photon exchange, and this allows instantaneous detection of hacker intrusion attempts. And this is a priority of governments and companies all around the world. And this kind of communication is, in fact, among other, promoted by the European Space Agency. So the communications in space and between space and ground one day should go through this quantum communication system. So a big milestone in Europe was, in fact, achieved only a few months ago, when there's a encrypted audio video communication established between Italy, Slovenia, and Croatia with the help of quantum technology. And this project, in fact, was led by scientists and experts from Croatia. And in this way, Croatia found itself in this field alongside the richest and most influential countries, even though we are a very small country and financially not too affluent. But we have excellent individuals and some excellent institutions, and the membership of ESA should, in fact, help these institutions, individuals, to come to full realization for benefit of space and European Space Agency. So just briefly to end, as I mentioned, there are ongoing projects right now for different types, preparatory activities, R&D activities, space and downstream applications, and flight segment related activities. And this project starts from 100,000 euros per project to like 400,000 euros. And some have been already finished. I think the success rate is, I think, about 40–50%. And I talked to the ESA personnel, and they say a lot of the projects are really excellent, and I hope a lot more will be there soon. And I hope that the Croatia's memberships to ESA will continue to actually go now on a fast track, and that soon, within a decade or two, we will become full members of ESA. Thank you very much. This is it for me.
Of the Croatian way into ESA, and we hope really that we will use the benefits of this process, and that we will, as we have seen, we really have exceptional individuals, exceptional projects and enthusiasts. And I hope really that we will use the benefits of this process as much as possible in the upcoming periods. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ms. Marina Skender, a Croatian astrophysicist. After completing her PhD at the Ruđer Bošković Institute, she spent about 10 years as a postdoc in the USA, UK, Germany, Belgium, and Italy. Her fields of research is modeling of the phenomena related to solar activity. She currently holds a position of assistant professor in physics at the University of Osijek. She will tell us today about her experience and the recent e-course on spacecraft electric propulsion held on Ferit as an attempt to initiate project activities in this field. Ms. Skender, the floor is yours. Ms. Skender, can you hear us?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yes, I do, with some interruptions. Okay, thank you very much. Dear distinguished guests, dear audience, good afternoon. My field of research is solar physics, and my field is particularly influenced by satellite technology. And namely, satellite-borne instruments are providing some of the key data for development of the field. Even though I'm working in theoretical part of our research and community, we are inspired and sometimes inspired by what has been presented to us from data from the satellites. So solar physics as one branch of astrophysics is very influenced by satellite data, and in some cases perhaps even driven by satellite missions. So why do we care for satellite data? What's wrong with ground-based data? Nothing at all. Ground-based data are also very precious and valuable. But the thing is that we have clouds, we have atmospheric conditions, and we have atmosphere itself, which is blurry, which is not letting all electromagnetic radiation come all the way to the ground. So being able to have such privileged vantage points such satellite are having is giving us opportunity to broad electromagnetic spectra we are looking at. I spent around 10 years living in Western countries and working as a postdoc. And of course, living there, for example, while I was living in Belgium, I couldn't help notice how wonderful space industry they have. They have really strong satellite industry. And during my time, they had a satellite called Proba 2, which was primarily done with Belgian force by Belgian scientists. They devised instruments, they launched them, they put them. It is an ESA mission, but they had really, so to say, Belgian satellite, which was having such interesting and wonderful instruments, which were giving cadences of data to be downloaded at the Earth, which were complementing and supporting existing data. So I can really say from a first-hand experience how much it does for a whole scientific community when there are possibilities for scientists to take part also in satellite missions. Of course, the benefit doesn't stop the scientific community, it goes, it's spread into other segments of society too. Another example I wanted to mention is something I was encountering in my various places like Germany, like Italy, even in the UK, is that ESA is planning not as, of course, European Space Agency, this is what we were hearing about. ESA is planning that missions many years in advance. And then when they devise the instruments, seeing which would be good enough and capable enough to part of the instruments, which is going to be assembled, tested, and then launched to space. And those institutes around Europe are really participating in the Project Solar Orbiter, which has been launched already, and flying around the sun. So this is really giving people in my field incredible satisfaction to be able to do state-of-the-art engineering and science, and at the same time they are in a sense on the forefront of the scientific discovery. So it is tremendously important to join such projects and to develop this branch of thinking and research. The reason why I'm here today is related to the lessons on spacecraft electric propulsion. NASA are working us in contact with one person who is of our origin, but he is a scientist engineer who spent decades working in German DLR. This is Deutsches Zentrum für Luft- und Raumfahrt. This is a German center for aeronautics. And he has found a lab there, and he became also a professor engineer at the Technical University in Braunschweig in Germany. And this is, of course, our professor Ognjen Božić. And he was kind enough to offer us possibility to have sequence of his lessons, as if he's presenting course in Germany and he would be to us. Those spacecraft scenarios taking place today. So this is it is known, it is well known way to accelerate the most basic, the easiest to say is to use the electric field to accelerate electromagnetic field to accelerate the spacecraft. So his ideas are, and he is the person who has found the lab in Germany and something similar, is to try and devise prototype of one such device and to try to put it on the international peers and to the international market, and after this to perfect it, to have it tested perhaps abroad, and of course having such projects successful could bring a lot. Since this is a space industry, of course, the further away thoughts this would be to have a space industry. And as we know, we would really need some high-tech industry in Croatia. We would really need to develop this at some point. So going after such, we were having lessons from April to July every week, once every week. We had as many as 89 registered people, out of which 1/3 were our students at FEDIT, the Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Computational Technologies. The rest of the participants were really senior people who just showed lots of interest into the subject. I also have to say that we had participants from other places in Europe, not just, from other places in Croatia, not just in Osijek. And we were also lucky to have guests from Bosnia and Herzegovina and also from Serbia. So spontaneously, it just became, so to say, real lessons. What really happened after the lesson? Some contacts were established, better assessment situation is here, and perhaps also about how to form consortium, how to make a project out of it still in the air, so to say. So let's see where it really could lead us. For me, personally, I think it is very what is happening in Croatia in the last few years is just really wonderful. As we heard in the previous talk, Croatia started joining ESA in the initial phase of it, and there are also Horizon projects, as we already heard, extremely successful ones. There are more of them, and there are more ESA projects, some of them already astrophysicists and started in Croatia, so this is going to be really, really exciting period for ESA, I think. What do we need to do if we want to perhaps take this project a bit further? Of course, I would love to see creative. Okay. Yes. So we are hoping that we will find the way to put it to the international scale, and from that point on, we would of course need some support. Some sort of say overarching plan would be beneficial if Croatia decides to opt for finding this type of industry. I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kender, for sharing with us your experience, and we wish you a lot of success with your e-course on spacecraft electric propulsion. And it is very good to see that Croatia has also a regional influence and that we can share our knowledge, our expertise, and learn from each other. And thank you very much for being with us on the conference, and your experience is very valuable to this panel. Our next speaker is Professor Slobodan Bosanac, Associate of the Institute Ruđer Bošković and Director of Adriatic Aerospace Association. Professor Bosanac has published over 100 scientific papers and 4 books on the topics of atomic and molecular physics, electromagnetic interactions, and astrophysics. And he is also the author of the Croatian Space Strategy Proposal and obtained 2 Croatian States Awards in Science. Also, he was the president of the Croatian Astronomical Society. The topic of the presentation of Mr. Bosanac is Croatia's entry into space 4.0.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference and present in brief my view on relationship of space endeavor and the meaning of Pugwash conference. And that's why it is somehow a mixture of the two. Now, I would like to share the screen. Can you see this? The screen? No.
No.
No, we are seeing
Sorry. I must share
screen. Yes.
Share. Okay, fine. Now you can see it.
Yes.
We see it, yes.
All right, fine. Okay, first slide. Just again, this, yeah, okay. So, our civilization enters what's called space 4.0, which is in parallel to what's called industry 4.0. However, the meaning of that in fact new types of technology enters and new views, etc. However, in many respects, space 4.0 will have and has a more profound and I would say very essential impact on our civilization than industry 4.0 on its own. In fact, in my opinion, our relationship to space 4.0 will determine, this is not doomsday scenario, but may have impact on the future of our civilization. Why? I mean, I'll perhaps say something briefly about it, but that's a topic of a single conference. Now, what is the essence of 4.0? Well, it's about 20 years old. It started with the first launch of a small, today it's called the popularly Cube satellite, and it is a small box of the size 10 by 10 by 10 centimeters, packed with compact technology. And this small piece, this small cube, in fact, in great examples, in many examples, contain technology that was used before in larger satellites. I would compare this with the difference between tube TV sets and today mobile phones. That is the difference. However, that is not perhaps the greatest impact on space. Far the greatest impact is that with Space 4.0 started very cheap access to space. Before that, the space was the privilege of big agencies like NASA, ESA, Chinese, Russians, etc. But with Space 4.0, individuals, almost individuals, can build a satellite, send it into the space, and do whatever one wants to do from space. Now, there are two things in Space 4. One is beneficial, with opportunities to education, to development new technologies, for the benefit of the of civilization on Earth, not only in space. Artificial intelligence helping with people, etc. But there is an opposite to that, very great threats. And that is, I would say, where also is the connection with Pugwash. And that is, you see, the threat to our civilization by nuclear bombs. But today it is not. It is information and manipulation with information. Now it's from space, you have access to the whole world with the information. Before that, by lines, by the optic cables, etc., that was limited by, you come to a border and they wouldn't let you in with this technology. But from space, you access everybody on Earth. And this is recognized by not only states, but by private individuals who has finances that exceed the budget of many, many countries in the world. And they can afford to send 100,000 small satellites under the pretext of enhancing education and everything, access to information all over the world. But in fact, behind it is just nothing else but a seek of power and big business. Now, if individuals can do this, then there must be a backlash. And then, let's say, Chinese, Russians will send another 100,000, to prevent all this. They would build satellites to catch those and clean them from the space, etc. And there would be, instead of cooperation in space, we'd have really a war from the space, both from the individuals, very rich individuals. I'm not going to mention explicitly the name, but you know who I'm thinking about, but also from the space. That is the space 4.0 that we are entering it. Now, I'm very sorry. I'm not in for the doomsday scenario, but that's the fact. Now, just briefly focus on space policy of EU. There are two aspects. One is downstream and one is upstream. Downstream is you have 4 major systems by Europe sent up there. It's Copernicus, Galileo, EGNOS, EUMETSAT. Each one has certain role. I'm not going to discuss, but there is another one upstream, and that is to build technology sending to space. And here, the European Union is putting great deal of money specifically for getting independence, technology independence of the big actors in the world, primarily Americans, US, sorry, not Americans, but US, then Chinese, Russians, etc. So there is big money invested for the space technology independence of Europe from the big actors. And now, what is the role of small countries in all this scenario? Well, it is either they will ignore what's going on, or they will go and learn and little bit participate with their own means in this development. If they are not, they will be simply being handled by these big actors and without knowing what's going on. So what is the framework for Croatian space policy? Well, here is the list: contribution to public service. So you have a list here: national security, natural disasters, controlling pollution, food, migrations, etc. Science and innovation, very important. Science and technology, defining economy, and also very important international cooperation, primarily through European Space Agency programs, EU programs, but then also with other major actors in the world. Now, this is Croatian Space Action Plan, but it is, let's say, a blueprint for many smaller countries.
how to at least get some involvement in the space, world space activities. They must have certain body that would somehow encompass all interested or all actors involved with the space science and technology. So in the first place, establishing of Croatian Space Office. Well, this is not yet in Croatia. Our Ministry of Education plays the role of being connected or go between with the European Space Agency, but it is not a space office. So that needs to be established, either agency or space office. Then Croatia must bring a strategy and national space policy so that they would be vis-a-vis European Space Agency and European Space Program know what Croatia is interested in. And so that in this way being involved in the larger scale projects. Then short-term, medium, and long-term, right? And then A3 and Ministry of Science. Now A3 is, I'll come to that, it's Adriatic Aerospace Association, of which I'm president. And I'll give a few words about it, but that is connection between A3 and Ministry of Science and Education. And then definitely very important is investment into education and studies at universities and academies, especially connection with Technology Center of European Space Agency, which is ESTEC. This is something that we need to be connected, only not formally, but also informally. So about Adriatic Aerospace Association, which is an association that encompasses or has members of individuals and firms and universities, research institutions, like Ruđer Bošković Institute. By the way, I use here opportunity to thank Tome Anticić for being really helping hand in establishing Adriatic Aerospace Association. And but these are objectives of Adriatic Aerospace Association. You can read it here, objective, what we offer, expertise, and because it's essentially, we are about 70 members strong, and our members are more or less all individuals and institutions in Croatia that work with space activities. Not all do not involve, but a great deal of them. And so this is our program. Now, any spacefaring nation that would want to be somehow part of the larger scale world activity in space needs to send, produce and send a small satellite, that CUBE satellite that I was telling you in the introduction. That is, that would be Croatian ticket to space for 0. So we, in our association, we are planning and we are working on this nano satellite, CUBE satellite, 10 by 10 by 20 centimeters, mission taking pictures from space, purpose, education, pupils, companies, etc., participation. And this is the list of our partners and those participating in this project. Just briefly, what is the orbit and what will, where will this small satellite, Perun, we call it Perun 1, be? It will be at 550 kilometers height from Earth with a lifetime of about 5 years. The orbit is synchronized with Sun, and here you see this black dot is Zagreb, and this red dot is our Perun, which goes always with Sun. Sun goes, this is now winter, that was now, this is now spring. And now it will be, this is, let's say, summer. So you see always this peron goes towards the sun. And this is, it will be visible 6 times a day, 3 times during the night, 3 times during the day. So this is the pictures. And just briefly, just to sell camera, just this is what will be seen. This camera will have not very high resolution. This will be more or less resolution, these Brioni Islands, etc. Only to mention here, when I was talking about small satellites spying on Earth, today there are satellites that have a resolution of about 30 to 50 centimeters. So you can see that, in fact, somebody private with big money can send few such satellites and spy on, what kind of bathing suit you have on sun, while sunbathing. So there's this. And at the end, just a little bit video.
Možda nema sound.
I hear the sound.
There is no sound in space.
Sound to the video. Mr. Bosanac? Isključi pa ga šeraj ti. There is no sound to the video, so we will share it for you. Is that okay? Da. Mr. Bosanac, there was no sound to your video, so we will share it. Is that okay?
Sorry.
We will share it. We will share it for you.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, somebody. Well, anyway, yeah. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yes, thank you. Can we see this video?
Do you want to see it again?
We will share it. We will share it. Just a few seconds.
Okay.
Until we wait, I would like to thank you for your excellent presentation. Can we see the video now? The last slide, yes. Last slide, zadnji slide.
That's right, yeah.
Ništa ne diraj više.
Vidiš kako Hrvatska nije svijetla.
Ideja je bila početak, lansirala iz poznatog ka nepoznatom, kroz zajedništvo koje pokreće i otkrića koja nas motiviraju, za generacije koje dolaze, budućnost bez granica. Perun 1. Hrvatska ulaznica u svemir 2023.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Bosanac. Also, this video was very impressive, and Thank you for this overview of the intersectoral approach to the space, to the development of space policies. And as we see, it's really an interdisciplinary field. And herewith, we would also like to invite all the stakeholders to work together and to unite to establish a space office or space agency. And I think that this could be also a message from this conference that we should all work together, cross-sectoral, intersectoral, and interdisciplinary with such enthusiasts and experts like yourself and all our participants today. I think that we really will succeed in this. Thank you very much once again. And our last panelist today is Ms. Mirta Medanic, a program manager at Infinity Technologies, a leading software provider for companies operating in the satellite industry. She holds a master's degree in electrical engineering and computing from the University of Zagreb. She's an alumna of International Space University in Strasbourg and Space Generation Advisory Council, a UN organization for youth in space. In her presentation, she will share her experience of developing a career in the space industry while living in Zagreb, Croatia, in order to inspire other young professionals to explore their options in this dynamic and growing sector. Ms. Medanic, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. First of all, can you hear me well? Can you see my slide?
We hear you well and we see your slides.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you for the introduction and thank you for the invitation to speak at this conference. I'm very honored to be here. So I would like to welcome the distinguished excellencies, the respected international audiences, and dear colleagues and dear friends. Today, I would like to speak about space in Croatia from a perspective of young professionals. Young professionals are individuals between 18 and 35 years old who have an academic background or are students and of private or public universities. And I'm very happy that I already saw on my colleague Danko's presentation that students are part of the team of the Perun mission. Space is part of our everyday life. We use it in communications, in meteorology, in navigation. Also, my colleagues already mentioned the importance of space in such as planetary security, or security from the space environment. And I also noticed that some of the speakers today mentioned some of the important aspects, such as being critical and looking to the broad picture when we are using technologies, and also the international cooperation. So first, let me tell you a little bit about my experience. So I work and live in Zagreb. I hold a master's degree in electrical engineering and computing from the University in Zagreb, from Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Computing. And I also have 12 years of experience working in the ICT industry in Croatia, in the software part. And during my career, I specialized in several fields of business administration, such as finances and accounting, EU funding programs, and intellectual property rights management. And for the last 7 years, I work in the space industry. I'm part of the team at Infinity Technologies. Infinity Technologies is a software company. It started 21 years ago as a spin-off from Zagreb University. And we deliver complex software solutions and innovative software products for the satellite ground segment industry. So we support satellite operators, satellite ground equipment manufacturers, humanitarian agencies, when satellite technologies are used in disaster management, or e-medicine or e-learning, and also space agencies. Some crucial elements or moments happened in 2014 and 2015 when I joined Amfinity, is that the company was in a transition from the project to product base. So we were investing our own resources in research and development activities. We are developing innovative solutions, and today I will mention one of them. It is the Blink solution, innovative software-based solution for satellite data acquisition and processing, to be used, for example, in the Earth observation missions to quickly acquire and process streams from Earth observation satellites such as Copernicus mission and also others. The second was that in 2014, it was the first time Croatia was a full member of European Union. So it was the beginning of multi-annual financial framework 2014 to 2020. Amfinity also used these funding programs in our development. Also in that time in Croatia, European Space Agency delegation visited Croatia, and the first meetings happened between our government representatives and European Space Agency. We also heard today the progress we have in the years that come after that. And also the first space event started to be organized at Zagreb University. And I attended one of them, and I was really inspired by the technologies, especially the CubeSat, small satellites, and the impact that they can have in our everyday life. With that emotions and that passion, I was thinking, what can I as a professional do to collaborate and to support the development of space industry in Croatia. I decided that I would like to learn as much as I can about the local activities, but also the international and global activities and processes, and to see what is the future and what is the potential and opportunities for new generations. So what I did, I joined Space Generation Advisory Council in 2017. Space Generation Advisory Council, it is a global organization of students and young professionals in the space industry. It was established at United Nations. And today it numbers more than 15,000 members that are coming from 165 countries, and one of them is Croatia. I had opportunity, and it was my honor to serve as a national point of contact in Croatia for the last 4 years. And I invested my time and my energy into connecting young professional community in Croatia with the organization, and also promote the activities in Croatia as well. And one flagship project that we did in Croatia is the webinar series. Before I explain that, so at the moment in Croatia, there are around 15 active members at SJC who are meeting regularly and discussing about space and the opportunities and our own experiences at our daily jobs. And there are around 50 regular members who are just observing the activities and contribute when they can. So the webinar series that we organized this year, we wanted to present space as an interdisciplinary field. So we organized 8 sessions, and each time we were speaking about space from a different angle. So from the aspects of space diplomacy, engineering, science, space medicine, space applications, but also about space and art and culture. And we also wanted to speak to the young professionals and show the work of our professionals in Croatia. So in each episode, we had guests who are local experts who spoke about their experience. So we definitely have something to show. I also joined Adriatic Aerospace Association, and my colleague Danko Bosanac already presented this organization. And recently, SGAC and Adriatic Aerospace Association signed a mutual agreement of understanding and cooperation. So these are two organizations or two key places where young professionals can learn about trends and about opportunities. Both organizations, of course, have their digital channels online, such as website and YouTube channel and social media. So everyone interested can learn about and get engaged, of course. In 2019, I participated to the Space Studies program at International Space University in Strasbourg. It is the international and interdisciplinary and intercultural educational program. And during 9 weeks, I had opportunity to listen to the core lectures about space, but also to network and to work in team projects with participants from more than 30 countries, such as India, United States, European Union countries, and even Africa. Because I was a member of SGC, I had opportunity to join UN COPUOS. UN COPUOS is a committee for peaceful use of outer space, and it is established to gather the member states from all around the world to discuss and to monitor the space exploration activities so they can benefit to everyone, developing countries, but also spacefaring nations. So no matter the level of development, space should be for all, and everyone should have access to it and also have benefits of it. And last but not least, I would like to mention the another international space forum, which is International Astronautical Congress. It is also an annual event where all the space industry meets every year in another city in the world, and also present their work, talk about trends, and also do business sometimes. And now I would like to list 5 actual steps that a young professional can do now from Croatia. So the first one can be to join an existing space project. I think that the ideal is the CubeSat mission because beside the technical and scientific part of designing, developing, testing, and experimenting with technologies and putting it in this small shape in cubes, 10 by 10 by 10 centimeters. There are other aspects such as what would be the mission of the project. So which payload we will put on it and which problem we will solve with it. So this is this business aspect, and also the maintaining the budget of a space CubeSat project is one challenge. And also, so if we want to send a spacecraft into space, we need to follow the international regulations, and also it is a matter of multilateral agreements between countries who own the satellite, but also who are host countries of the launch site and also the launch vehicle. So the team in CubeSat project should have also engineers, but also people who know about business and finances and also space law. And of course, the creative people who will write nice stories about it, such as the video we saw about Perum e-project. So we need creative people who can, and journalists who will talk about it and speak about it. The second step I would like to mention here is if we already have some experience and if we have idea or we notice a need that is not met yet, and that this need can be solved with a new project, new technology, or new service that uses space or satellites, we can propose our own idea and start a startup. And one example of that can be joining the competitions such as Cassini Hackathon. Cassini Hackathon is European Commission's project that is implemented in different countries in Europe, where citizens, professionals, students, and people who have entrepreneurial spirit can join, and in 2 days, in very short period of time, try to tackle some of the challenges. And one such event happened last week, actually, in Zagreb and 9 other countries in Europe, where participants tried to meet challenges that were tackling the Arctic region. So it was really nice event, and sometimes people who attend for the first time this event and meet their team members for the first time in 2 days, learned a lot, and eventually, as a result, proposed some interesting ideas. And also the European Commission and the sponsors and organizers of Cassini Hackathon, then after the event, they provide very good opportunities such as incubation programs or mentorship programs for the teams. The third idea could be start your own research. So when I started to work in the space industry 7 years ago, and especially 4 years ago when I became a national point of contact in Croatia, my interests were in how to communicate space in a country that doesn't have established a space industry. This was one of my challenges. And the other one is how to fill the gap and support young professionals. They're coming from non-spacefaring nations, how to offer them enough education, maybe informal one, so they can join the space industry and they can also take opportunities that this industry is offering. I'm actually working at the moment on these 2 projects, and I submitted abstracts to the International Astronautical Congress this year that happened in Dubai. Also, this is maybe interesting for other professionals. There are other also issues in the world in terms of space industries, such as space debris, space traffic management, the question of mega constellations, and so on. So for young professionals who are already enthusiasts in this part, they can round it in a paper, in a professional article, and submit it and contribute to the global space know-how. So the fourth one is idea is talking about space initiative. My colleagues already mentioned all the efforts that the Republic of Croatia made in the last couple of years in terms of establishing some basic and some grounds for development of the new sector in Croatia, perhaps. Together with my colleagues, we submitted a public comment to the National Development Strategy of the Republic of Croatia until 2030. And we proposed that space science and technology became a strategic country goal. And this public comment was co-signed by 24 professionals from Croatia, who are all successful in their particular field. Some of them are speakers of this conference. So, and also my message to all other young professionals: if you have if you notice that there is a need, that your perspective or your point of view can contribute and support the activities of other, like from the civil sector and also the government sector or the industry, please speak up and join. And also the last one is organizing a space events. And this is something that is actually part of the two organizations that I mentioned, Adriatic Aerospace Association and the Space Generation Advisory Council. Both organizations can help and support for organizing events where we can all meet and speak about space and work together forward. I can give us an example of such event. So even we are in the pandemic period, the team at SJC organized the European Space Generation Workshop. It is a regional event organized with the team at Madrid and other Madrid and in Spain and other members in other countries. And the topics of this online conference for young professionals were topics such as Earth observation, quantum technologies, artificial intelligence, and also international cooperation. So there were working groups where participants and attendees and delegates of this online event can work on practical work together, and a result were the reports that they make, and they're covering each of these four topics. To learn more about the opportunities of space generation, you can go to www.spacegeneration.org. There, everyone can actually become a part of this organization. But for the young professionals between 18 and 35 years old, there are specific opportunities to become an organizing team member for organizing conferences, or to become a team member of the team project groups. There are around 10 project groups of SJC, and each one of them is covering different field of space industry. So from space exploration, commercial space, small satellites, near Earth object project group, until even space for humanities, and the new one is diversity and diversity in the space industry. And with this, I would like to conclude my presentation. If you want to stay in contact, I provide here my email address. And also, if you type in Google Space and other stories, you can find my blog where I speak about space and try to provide informative content for young professionals and for everyone that wants to join the space industry. So thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Medanic, for this, for sharing your experience with us. It is really good to see the younger generation, the digital natives, the young cosmopolitans, how they manage to connect globally. And it is really good to hear these recommendations from for young professionals. I hope also this conference will contribute to the dissemination of information and for the further development of the Croatian space policies. And here we are coming to the end of this panel and of our conference. I would like to thank Mr. Tome Anticic for your contribution, Ms. Marina Skender from Ferit, thank you very much. Mr. Slobodan Bosanac, I wish you a lot of success with the Perun. It was very interesting, and thank you for sharing your thoughts. And Mirta Medanic, thank you for the recommendations for young professionals and for sharing your experience in the space industry. Now we are closing the conference and we would like to have a small wrap up. And instead of conclusions, I would like to give the floor to academician Ivo Schlaus, who will close this two-day conference on security, science and peace with his vision for the future and future engagements in Pugwash. Academician Schlaus, the floor is yours. Unmute yourself, please. Yes.
Dear friends, our thanks and appreciations for all of the speakers who spoke yesterday and today. And it is actually on a basis of what you said that inspired me to somehow tell what my own personal view is, what to do just now. Let me thank also, on behalf of all of us, to the organizer, to Anna and Zvonimir, because they have done quite a lot in organization. This world we live is the best ever. There are a number of all socioeconomic indicators show that, but one that immediately comes to mind and is easy to remember, in basically less than 100 years, our life expectancy has increased by about 15 years, and that is quite spectacular. However, this world is also extremely vulnerable and is self-destroying. What do we mean? We know that with weapons of mass destruction, we could destroy this world in about 1, possibly 2 days. Most of these weapons of mass destructions are on the hair trigger alert. They can be within minutes sent from one country to another, and also from the submarines much closer. 15 years ago, our member of Pugwash, Pugwashite, Lord Martin Rees, later president of the Royal Society, said, and let me quote, "The 21st century is the first in Earth's history where one species, us, we humans, has our planet's future in its hands. It has never happened before." And then he concludes, "In a global village, there will be always global village idiots, unfortunately, and they can be very, very dangerous." We may say, of course, we survived for 75 years without using the weapons. However, we have another thing which will happen for sure if we continue with business as usual. What that will be? It will be a total destruction of natural and human capitals. Of course, this conference that we organized, overlapped with the COP26 meeting in Glasgow. As usual, it extended a little bit longer than it should have, or than it was planned. And the hope is that there will be some conclusion, primarily concerning the use of the fossil fuels. Of course, it's not an easy problem because economy and life of some of the countries very much depend on that. And it will be difficult, but possible, to actually reduce considerably the use of all of the fossil fuels. This can be done by both reducing our consumption and increasing renewable energies. Based on the famous Russell-Einstein manifesto, Pugwash was founded. And the sentence there, which is very important, is remember your humanity and forget the rest. Usually this forget the rest is somehow overlooked. However, it is very important because what we see is that politicians and countries do develop a lot of time to those things which are not crucial for human existence. And let me list some of them. One is, for instance, the Taiwan-China crisis. Another is a long-standing crisis in Palestine. The next one is actually the situation on the border of Belarus and European Union. And there is also a problem dealing with constant, competitive, almost hostile competition between, on one side, China, on the other, United States, European Union, and Russia, European Union, and China, and so on. Now, can we forget about all of these things? None of them is really going to destroy humankind unless we use the weapons of mass destruction, or unless we even increase the business as usual with consuming more of the fossil fuels and destroying natural capital even more than we are doing today. However, we should not neglect them because we live in an interdependent global world. And this world implies the famous butterfly effect. Even a small perturbation in one part can cause a major catastrophe throughout. The second conclusion I am stimulated to say is that we cannot save our world by continuing business as usual. We cannot save our world by superior weapons. So a superpower would not do very much good. As a matter of fact, the period from 1990 to 2000 was a situation of a dominance of one superpower and no indicators improved. The second conclusion I underline is who should be involved is, if not superpower, it is not the product of some scientific genius. So who should be involved? The answer is everybody, all sovereign states, all associations, United Nations, academies, universities, each one of us, and each one of us doing the best we can, requiring new, out-of-the-box ideas, appropriately changing our behavior, our mindset. Then we come to the important definition of politics. Aristotle, more than 2000 years ago, called politics the master science of good. And what is the good? The good is prosperity of humankind. And this is what is important to really keep the world as it is. And this has also to underline that none of us can say, okay, other will solve it. What is my little contribution to the climate change? No, that is not so. Yehuda Bauer, speaking at the Stockholm conference 20 years ago devoted to Holocaust, said, thou should never, but never be a bystander. Each one of us has to be involved. And then in that same year, the assembly of 110 Nobel laureates met in July, 7 in Oslo, and they came up with the statement, it is time to turn our back on the unilateral search for security, in which we seek to shelter behind walls. Instead, we must persist in the quest for united action to counter both global warming and a weaponized world. And I underline, to survive in this world, we must learn to think in a new way. And even more, emphasizing, as never before, the future of each one of us depends on the good of all. All of the problems we are faced with are global, so clearly cannot be solved by one or several countries. And the conclusion, the third conclusion, would be that we should be approaching something which is called global governance. Is that possible? Let me give you some numbers. There are close to 8 billion of us human beings. And there is more than 7 billion mobile phones. Incredibly, almost 90% of the world population has mobile phones. There are 100 million non-governmental organizations. There are network of networks. There are world association of academies, of universities, and so indeed, yes, we could do as much as it is possible to somehow come to the world global government. But what to do in this remaining several years, because it will take obviously about 10 years or so until we come to the possibility of having the global government. Yesterday, we discussed and emphasized, several of us emphasized, how important it is to solve conflicts by dialogue. And we have some very successful dialogue. One very successful dialogue was what is called Iran nuclear deal. And it was successful until one of the crucial countries under the presidency of Truman decided to withdraw. And let me have from my own experience in my own country, 30 years ago, when Yugoslavia was fragmented and disintegrated, leadership of each of the republic met regularly, and nothing came out of these meetings. As a matter of fact, the standard joke was that they should repeat something like the Vatican conclave. They should be kept there, quote unquote, imprisoned unless they come with a solution. And of course, there was a solution of peaceful disintegration, as it was done in Czechoslovakia, and more significantly, as it was done in USSR. Now USSR is composed of almost 20 different republics. Many newspapers were speaking at that time how dangerous it is, and it is very dangerous. And there is a number of reasons why it is dangerous, because even Russian Federation now is a huge country, multi-ethnic, and of course with various diversities in its large spectrum. So dialogue can be useful, but only to a certain point, and depending on adequate leadership. And as a third best way to solve the problem, just comes from the disintegration of USSR, where one of the currently independent republics, Kazakhstan, actually made extreme progress. Kazakhstan is a very large country, I think is number 6 among the size of the countries. It has very low population of about 15 million, just as neighboring Uzbekistan, that is whatever, almost 10 times smaller. Kazakhstan succeeded in maintaining friendly relationship with all of its neighbors, with all of the other countries, and succeeded in another things, and that is also very important, was internationally very active and proposed that a day when they decided, which is the day of their independence, August 29, 1991, to actually dismantle the Semipalatinsk nuclear test state. And then they proposed that this day would be actually called the day of abolition of nuclear test. And indeed, this international activity stopped. No country, though now we have 9 nuclear weapon states, are doing any of the tests. Not only that, the tests actually have caused quite significant damage, not only around the Semipalatinsk, but also in the United States. I believe in Nevada, in Utah, there are damages there that happen to the population, which was not adequately informed and adequately protected. Kazakhstan invited foreign help. Japanese came immediately because unfortunately they had experience from 1945 when the bomb was dropped. And so we could consider that what has been done by Kazakhstan is a great success story. Conflict, of course, can go in a wrong way. They can, of course, lead to a major war, or they can lead to foreign intervention. And again, the foreign intervention sometimes is good and sometimes is not. To some extent, it was good in former Yugoslavia because it stopped the war. It was terrible in the case of Afghanistan. As a matter of fact, as it was said and quoted in numerous newspapers, $3,000 billion was involved in essentially military affairs in Afghanistan. To put the number of these 3 trillions, let me tell you that this is a yearly GDP of United Kingdom or of France. So it's not a negligible amount. So if we look for an anti-example that we should follow, obviously is Afghanistan, and that is an extremely bad case. As I said, we are just now going through the COP26. We do hope that countries that depend on coal will significantly reduce this. This is based on two successful meetings that preceded the meeting now in Glasgow. This is first the Kyoto Agreement, and then later a famous Paris Agreement in 2015, which was signed eventually by all of the countries. And it had fairly good mechanism to keep it. So for instance, when United States, or precisely Trump, decided to withdraw, several years were involved before he could actually withdraw. So United States was still under the obligation of adhering to the case of whatever the agreement signed in Paris actually said. The next conclusion I draw is actually the question that all of the polls indicate that we are going in a wrong direction. Polls for about the last several decades in almost all of the countries of the world and on all of the continents show that typically 60 to 70% of the people believe we are going in a wrong direction. And so it has to be changed. And how should we change it? As I said before, we don't have much time. We have to do it rather quickly. And the best way to do it quickly is by consensus, by what in a game theory is called win-win game. We don't have time for zero-sum games because that results always in some losers and some winners. And that, of course, may trigger an additional problem. Of course, when we are unhappy with the situation, it is economy, which is really, as it was pointed out by Pope Francis, this economy kills. We have to change it. But the cause of this economy is politics, and this politics is wrong and has to be changed. We all know, of course, that the structure, international structure we have now, is the one that was developed 75 years ago, and the world drastically changed during these 75 years. So obviously, structures that we have, like the UN Security Council, are in many ways obsolete. But what should we do? During the meeting today, it was pointed out that actually at some time, several decades ago, actually 60 years ago precisely, we had an activity around the non-aligned movement, which really played a very significant role in trying to assure the peaceful existence in the world. We could repeat that and reinforce it, adjust it to what present conditions require, but we should do more. Obviously, the Security Council cannot be composed just by people providing representatives of their own respective countries. They have to include also specialists, but specialists that will have much more power than, for instance, the ECOSOC have today. So kind of the UN Council for Environment, UN Council for the Economy, and similar things are definitely needed. The sixth conclusion I was inspired is the fact that the world we are living in and the world we are approaching is a fast changing world. So things will change. It is the role of emerging technologies, about which we heard just several hours ago, that are so important. There are some of these emerging technologies that we are familiar with, that we are not familiar with, but we are at least aware that they are used, like artificial intelligence, like robotics, and of course, on the other side, genetic manipulation, CRISPR-Cas9, something which is sometimes referred to as human being 3. So we are not, as Fukuyama wrote, approaching the end of history. No, we are part of the changing history. And the only way how to face that, what to do, is of course what is in the title of the Pugwash. Conferences devoted to science and world affairs. We do considerably more to devote to science. Sometimes it's said that this is a lot of money. Nonsense. Just look how much people have devoted to building megalithic structures or building the churches in the Middle Ages. We are spending a lot of money in our budgets in a totally unnecessary way, but the effort in science should be increased both in terms of financial support, but also human support and also recognition that is being given. This is the only way how we will assure that the resolution of the United Nations transform our world is fulfilled properly. Sometimes we hear that human beings are hostile, are violent. This is not true. The famous Sevilla resolution from 1986 showed that humans are not violent, that peace is possible, as it was demonstrated in a famous event on the Christmas Eve in 1940, where soldiers on one front, the French, English, and the other German, decided to stop fighting and start singing Christmas carols. We can succeed. We must succeed in assuring that our world survives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Schlaus, for these inspirational words for the end of the conference, but also warnings, because I think what we really need are responsible leaders and leadership. And of course, that is thinking towards a global governance, responsible global governance. And I hope that with this conference, we gathered some responsible and leaders who are visionaries, some former leaders, some current, and some future. So I hope that, thank you very much for this broad overview of our conference and of the future of the Pugwash Conferences on Science and the World Affairs, the movement and the technologies and the role of science in society that it should play. Before we close the conference and I give the word to Mr. Zvonimir Šikić, I would like to thank first the International Pugwash Conferences on Science and World Affairs, Mr. Paolo Cotta Ramuzino, of course, Professor Ivo Schlaus, the World Academy of Art and Science for the co-organization, the Office of the President of the Republic of Croatia for the patronage, the Europe House Zagreb and the European Movement for the cooperation, the Embassy of the Republic of Azerbaijan to Croatia and Ambassador Gurbanov, and the Independent Union of Science and Higher Education for the support throughout the conference. And I would like to thank to all the speakers, and please, Zvonimir, close the conference.
Well, I would like to thank all the participants on the Zoom and on the YouTube. We had also the streaming on the YouTube, and especially, of course, our panelists. And I hope that you think, as I think, that the conference was a success, and I think it's a starting point for this Pugwash with the new leadership, and I think that the starting point was very good, and thank you very much, everybody, and see you at the next conference, I hope next year.
Greetings from Zagreb.
Greetings from Zagreb. Bye.